How long was I in that crypt?
I know where the sun rises.
No more than a few centuries.
Centuries? And what of Lilith?
Fallen by your hand.
And I know where the sun sets.
Until now. You were... missed.
Whatever caretaker put you through back in the day did a real number on you.
I know where the sun rises.
We got a lot of work to
I
do.
know where the sun sets.
Of course. Caretaker has reformed the Midnight Suns.
I know where the sun rises.
About time.
You're a Midnight Sun now. One of us.
Let's go, bub.
I know where the sun rises. I know where the sun sets. There's blood on the horizon, but I don't break a sweat. 'Cause I know where the sun rises, and I know where the sun sets.
All right. Hello, and I just realized my camera settings just got completely whacked. I look like I'm in a dark room, which is technically true, but I changed its settings so that I wasn't gonna look like I was in a dark room. It's the Hollywood movie magic that I make happen. Hello, Brad. Hello, Evie23. I found my Under Armour hat. I'd misplaced it. But, well, I didn't misplace it, but I left it in the car. Last time we went out of town to visit my mother-in-law, I brought the hat because I needed a haircut real bad. And then I got the haircut, and then I threw the hat in the back of the car. Totally forgot about it. It was like in our trunk area for the last couple of months. And, oh, here we go. Boom. There. Looking extra pale, though, now. What's going on here? Let's do some, maybe some white balance. Something off. Alright, it's okay. At least I don't look like I'm in the dark room anymore. I didn't have the exposure open enough on my camera. I know you guys love hearing me talk about technical problems. But yes, I've found the Under Armour hat. No, she didn't throw it in the trash. But she did not proactively remind me that it was in the trunk, because she knew it was there. Because finally, my hair is at a point where I need a haircut real bad, but I just haven't. I've been too lazy, so I haven't gotten the haircut. So I'm officially in the I'm in the Under Armour hat stage of my hair development. So you're looking good in the Under Armour hat. Well, and Brad, I thought the Under Armour hat was a sorely missed feature. That people missed the Under Armour hat. They wanted more of the Under Armour hat. At least that's how I understood it. I have very strict requirement for haircuts. It's not that strict, it's just that I'm lazy. But I reach a point where it's like, it gets a little longer and I'm like, oh, like it actually can look kind of cool and I can style it a little more. But it's right on that cusp. And then it gets to the point where I just have what we call McDuck poofs, coming out the sides, and I just gotta tame that shit, cover it down, and my hair just starts getting all stupid. I try to do the thing and it ends up being like super giant. It's no good. Buddy, I said it, I quote, "Nice hat." I know, but were you... But then you said something about how my wife threw it in the trash and I retrieved it, which suggested that maybe you thought that some people might not like the hat. So, you know, I get a little defensive with my Under Armour hat, you know? That people think I'm trying to be hip, you know? I'm too old to be wearing an Under Armour hat. I don't know if that's a thing, where Under Armour is for, like, the young hipsters. And I'm too old to be wearing an Under Armour hat. I just don't know. So, and I also have to, wait, you said caw, it's not a different game in here. How did you know I was thinking about streaming a different game, Brad? Could it be that what if I streamed this 3 weeks in a row? Is this the 4th week in a row? You just knew, no, G-Log cannot stick with a game this long. And that's true to some extent. I actually, guess what I've been playing this week? I've been playing Project Zomboid. Again, because I keep watching all the Walking Dead, and it makes me want to do zombie apocalypse stuff. So, but I still played this game. But I am getting to the point where I'm like, kind of ready for it to be done. It's like, I played a lot of it. Brad, well, wait, hold on, Brad. I know you like Zomboid more than this. Do you like me playing Zomboid more than watching me play this? Because I think I've heard you say on occasion that while you like the game Project Zomboid and you enjoy watching some people play Project Zomboid, that you're not a particular connoisseur of my style of Project Zomboid play. You wish I'd be more... Oh, really? Okay. You wish I'd be more adventurous, but you still prefer it to this? Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll change gears and play Project Zomboid if you're feeling that way. I don't know, because that's what I've done. What I've done in Project Zomboid is I've downloaded a mod. It's called the Walking Dead something or other mod, and it adds a bunch of different locations from the show. And when you start, instead of a regular city, you can select the Walking Dead start, and you spawn in Rick Grimes' hospital room from episode 1 of The Walking Dead. And hello, Hunty. How you doing? It's no baseball, but you're keeping it realistic. Well, you know, here, honestly, today, I'm in kind of a weird mood today. And it's mostly because I'm a little bit sleep deprived. Some weeks I just get my sleep out of whack. And this is one of those weeks where I only got like 4 hours of sleep last night. Like I laid down to sleep and I just wasn't. Well, I have bad habits because I watch stuff on my phone when I'm going to go to sleep, and usually that works, and I conk out. But sometimes I just get in what I'm watching. Like I'll fall down a rabbit hole and just like, oh, what else did this person do? And yeah. So, anyways, last night I didn't get enough sleep, and then today I was so tired when I got off of work. Like I literally just got out. I went and I fell over and laid down, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm so tired. It's like I don't want to play a game. I don't want to talk to anybody. I'm so sleepy right now. And then I fell asleep for like an hour. And then I woke up and I was even more tired and thinking like, all that's going to happen is I'm going to be grumpy. I'm not going to want to play the games. Everybody's going to get on my nerves and no one's going to have any fun. But that was me while I was still laying down. I said, okay, I'll get up and I'll just set everything up. And then, you know, whatever. I just go through the motions of setting it up. And then probably by the time I've rubbed the sleepies out of my eye, I'll be fine. Well, I'm better, but I'm still in a weird mood. So, yeah, Brad, you were going to get on my nerves. You could probably tell how irritated that I am with you right now. And you too, Hunty. And Evie. You found a few rabbit holes that just ate your sleep time? I don't even know like what it is. It'll just be things like I'll watch Always Sunny in Philadelphia to fall asleep because I've watched all of it a million times, and it's like at this point it's just a show that I can put on and usually fall asleep quick. But sometimes I'll just get into watching it, even though I've seen every episode like 15 times. I'll just get into watching it, and then the episode will end, and then I get to a point, once it gets past a certain point, like once it's past, say 2:30 in the morning, and I haven't fallen asleep yet, then another layer adds on of me feeling anxious that I haven't fallen asleep yet. So, anyways. So then the weird thing I thought was like, okay, maybe I'll just do play anything stream, but then I'm like, that's late, but then I have to change my stream setup to not say Midnight Suns anymore. But I did come into this stream thinking, like, I might play something else instead. I might hang out and play nothing. I might talk for an hour and a half and then end the stream. I don't know what's going to happen. I know I'm not as grumpy and crabby and tired as I thought I was going to be when I was still sort of just waking up after my nap. But all I know is, okay, this is how you know it's weird. Because the thing that got me excited to stream was that I'm like, you know what? I'm going to pour myself a shot, which I never drink. You guys know this. I'm like, I feel like having a drink. So I'm going to pour myself a shot and I'm going to do it on stream. Everyone quiet. But I'm not going to like get blitzed out drunk. At least that's not the plan. But then I was like, damn, that'd be cool. I'll have like a shot and then I'll be on stream. And then I'll get like just a low grade like buzz. So I'll be less, originally it was because I was like, maybe I'll be less grumpy and cantankerous if I did have something to like mellow me out. Casual Geographic talks about animals and roasts them with new names at the same time. Honestly, the rabbit hole that I fall down to sometimes, and this is kind of dumb, but you know, I say I watch Always Sunny in Philadelphia to fall asleep. There are a number of YouTubers that have done like react videos to Always Sunny where they'll just go through the entire series one episode at a time, and they'll do 15 to 20 minute videos of them reacting to each episode and talking about like with clips of they're watching the whole episode, but they're only showing you selective clips and like reacting to them. And that's what I've been watching. It's not like something amazing. It was just like random people watching the show that I've seen a million times. But for some reason, watching someone else watch one of my favorite shows for the first time, it's like I kind of like, oh yeah, I want to see what they're gonna say when this happens or whatever. You had a bit of whiskey. Sure, you're working right now, but you don't intend to work hard. You go to the office 9 days in a row, but you're working from home today. Okay. Maxie, you need to get plastered to play this. You're not a fan. I just mentioned I almost was considering playing Project Zomboid. Because that I've sort of gone over to playing Project Zomboid again this week, but I'm not over this game, but I'll be honest, I played a ton of this game, and just when I thought I was maybe coming near the end, I finished a story mission, and it was like a story sequence happened, and then the thing flashed up says part 2. It's like the story part 2 starting, and I'm like, good God, how many parts? Is that just half the game? And so it was a little demoralizing, and we also just got Wolverine, which is exciting, but I also was like, I've been enjoying the game, but it's like I don't have the stick-to-itiveness to play a game for 100 hours. I end up looking and go, oh, what's that? I want to play over there. I go to this game called Everspace 2 that I dabbled in it earlier this week a little bit and decided, no, I need to wait. But that's a game that just came out of early access. That's like a space exploration RPG looter shooter, open world. Like, it's got a lot of checkboxes, the kind of game I fucking would love. And I'm like, no, I gotta wait till I finish Midnight Suns. Casual Geographic? Maybe I should check that out. I don't think I know Casual Geographic. This game at Hogwarts will grab your attention more than Skyrim? Are you talking about Midnight Suns? Like to watch me stream it? Or Hogwarts I definitely want to play, but I just don't it hasn't called to me yet. Like, even if I had it right now, I might not be playing it. Because the stuff I'm playing now, I actually want. They're the games I want to. Even Midnight Suns, I still am into Midnight Suns. I'm just getting that feeling like I'm starting to, my eye is starting to wander. Okay. So, I was going to say something, Brad, when you were talking about you had a bit of whiskey. Now I forget what I was going to say. But, yeah, you all... Oh, maybe Max didn't hear. I was in a weird mood. I almost canceled stream because I was tired and cranky. And then the thing that got me, like... I started setting up and I was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to drink a shot on stream. So I poured myself a shot and then I set up my stream. And now by the time I set everything up, I wasn't cranky anymore. I'm still tired as fuck. I didn't barely sleep last night. I'm feeling a little weird today. But I was afraid, like, when about a half hour ago when I was thinking about starting streaming, when I was waking up from this after work crash nap that I had, I literally thought, if I go into stream like people are talking to me, I just want to be left the fuck alone. When I'm tired, that's how I kind of feel sometimes. Just leave me the fuck alone. It's not like personal against anyone. It's just like, I don't want people to say things to me or ask me questions or anything else. It's just like, no. And I was like, well, I could wake up and I could have a shot. And like, that's weird. That's for me. That's a weird thing to do. And then I was like, okay, maybe let's set up the stream and see how I'm feeling. You want to play this game yourself? I like this game a lot, honestly. It's just that there is a fairly, tight gameplay loop that occurs. There's definitely a routine to this game. You get up, you do your training and your upgrades, you pick a mission, you do the mission, you come back, it's nighttime, you do your social stuff, maybe you run around the increasingly giant, like, expanding grounds, that like your home grounds, and do like collecting herbs and stuff for crafting. Yeah, your first dose of your allergy shots, they're made specially for you and hopefully will combat the stuff you're allergic to. Well, I hope so too. I hope that makes a big difference in how you feel. That would be great if it does. Well, yeah, then of course I remembered that I never missed a Thursday. I swear, I was this close to just saying, like, I wasn't even gonna get out of bed. I was just gonna open Discord on my phone. And just be like, I'm too tired and crabby, you guys. I'm sorry. But something decided just get the fuck up out of bed and just start moving around a little bit and like you're gonna do it. So. Lilith and Venom are your sleep paralysis demons? That sounds awful, Hunty. What you make it? That makes you like this game? Yeah. Oh yeah. Allergy season's gonna come here in a Portland area. Like the thing that happens around us is my of course, in Oregon in general, when spring hits, everything blooms like crazy. But in particular, the apartment complex that I live in has all of these roads and walkways lined with cherry trees that explode, and it's beautiful when the bloom hits. And there's just these like very light white pink cherry blossoms everywhere, and everything smells sweet. But I also know, like, buckle up, right? Because I'm probably gonna feel like shit for the next two or 3 weeks. Oh, you just like Marvel. Okay. And this game is the only one of theirs that has character creation. Right? Okay, you were mentioning that last week. Though I did try to warn you that the character creation is fairly limited. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so I thought about maybe playing Project Zomboid during this stream. I thought about maybe showing you Everspace 2. But I thought, nah, I should stick to Midnight. I was gonna say Midnight Mass. Midnight, what's this game called? Midnight Suns. It's right there on the screen. It does still have a character creation. It's true. You do get to you get to choose what they look like. All right, we're gonna see how terribly I take this. I think this is just like a cheap scotch. I'm gonna do this shot now, you guys. See if I don't choke on it. I didn't go nearly as badly as I thought it would. I thought I was gonna end up like choking and gagging. The Beast Inside, free on Prime. Is that a movie? Or does Prime have like free games now? Because I think they've done games that have totally fell off my radar that that's the thing that they do. It's a game, okay. The name sounds familiar. What do you mean, Lilith and Venom? Are they scare you? Like Reaper, Leviathan, and Subnautica. And they still... Now see, Reaper Leviathan scares the shit out of me. Because that... In Subnautica, you're in a big, dark, deep ocean. And that's a thing that's just this huge... Almost... inconceivably huge... horrifying beast that just lurks in the darkness. And can come at any time and fuck you up. Whereas, I don't know, I think with this, it's like Lilith and Venom, as much as they're menacing concepts, they're still, maybe I shouldn't be this dismissive, but they're still comic book characters, right? I don't think I've ever been actually like, read a comic book and been scared of like the comic book character, right? Even if the concept is really kind of a gruesome character, or dark, or you know, there's weight. It's not that comic book characters never have weight to them. Like, I've been emotionally invested in comic book characters before. But I don't think it ever to the point where I've never experienced like a visceral reaction like that, like fear. But I can relate, now that you mentioned the Reaper Leviathan in Subnautica, I can relate to what you're talking about, because that is a very almost instinctual, like survival instinct fear that kicks in when those things enter the scene. You'd like a game set in a Marvel Zombies setting. I don't even know, is that a thing? Marvel Zombies setting? Now I'm curious to see what this Beast Inside thing is. Now we gotta see how long it is before that one shot entirely wrecks me. I drink, literally, like, when I do drink, I'll have like, maybe a couple of drinks at a time. And then, that only happens maybe once every 3 to 4 months. So, it doesn't take much. I'm gonna be a lazy ass and copy that right out of the chat. The Beast Inside. Control C, because that's what I've learned on my job. Never type. Just Control C, Control V, everything, bitch. There's less room for, because I'm a notorious typo machine. Yeah, the strawberry shortcake ice cream with cheesecake ice cream is the base yesterday. Oh, that sounds good. I've started a new, I'm trying a new meal service starting this week for a couple reasons. One is every time you start a new one of these meal services, they give you a really sweet promotion. Like they make it really cheap the first week. But I gotta say, I've been having some real good food. If you guys are paying any attention to this stuff, I don't know. But I think because I've talked about it and bought some of this stuff, I'm getting spammed with these meal service plans on like social media, Facebook, ads popping up all over the place. And there's a service called Cook Unity. But I know I've also seen like YouTubers that I watch being sponsored by Cook Unity. I think that was one of the things too that pushed me over. I forget who it was. Is it Web Wavy Surfy, whatever, this guy who does like videos about YouTube, weird YouTube shit. he did a video about Cook Unity. Anyway, so I ordered it, and I've been macking on it this week, and it's so good. That Korean barbecue. Like, the stuff I've been having through my other servers has been good, but it's really basic stuff. It's like, usually it's like a chicken breast with some sort of, generally a delicious creamy sauce, and like green beans, like a vegetable on the side. Now, on the flip side, it's always super healthy and super well balanced. So I know what I'm eating is healthy, and I don't have to worry about it like what they're sending me. Cook Unity is more of a, it's like they're individual chefs that they name which chef did each thing, so you can get your favorite chefs. And it's more about just presenting restaurant quality meals and not so much about presenting the healthiest meals. Like, you can make healthy choices. Like, if you go to a restaurant, you can see like the information, but like at the Factor meals that I've been having, that's the other company's called Factor. The average meal calorie is about 600 calories. Is the average meal, which is a pretty relatively lean meal. I mean, it's not like starving yourself lean, but that's a light, on the lightweight side of meals. So it's an acceptable, and I think their stuff goes up to 800, but most of the stuff is around 600. And this time I was looking through Cook Unity, you don't just want to blindly order, because they got meals up to 1,200 calories. I'm like, okay, that's not, that, you can't be eating 1,200 calorie meals like on a routine basis and expect anything to happen except getting grotesquely overweight. Go back to Huel and Taco Bell. I didn't even get Taco Bell today, because usually Amanda has to go to the office on Thursdays, and Thursdays are for her Fridays. And that's why she'll get Taco Bell, because it's sort of like her end of the week treat towards the end of her workday on her Friday. But she didn't have to go to the office today, so that's okay. I had the Korean barbecue from Cook Unity, and good God, they nailed it. It's like, and there's this chef with a Korean name. There's a picture of the person that made the Korean barbecue, and I lived in Koreatown for 15 years. I was around some Korean barbecue, and let me tell you, this chef in Cook Unity that makes Korean barbecue, she fucking nails this shit. And then everything I've had so far from them has been just really good. Really satisfying and creamy and whatever, just delicious. So I've been excited about that. And I think I got another Korean barbecue-ish type thing, but it's on Japanese glass noodles. So I'm looking forward to trying that over the next couple of days too. But you drink 1,200 calories of whiskey a lot of days. You're very well. If that's all that you've had, though, that's a very lean diet, Brad. Do you also eat, or you just drink 1,200 calories in whiskey? I'm missing stuff. It is probably gonna get worse because I drank. Early 2000s spawned the Marvel Zombies because Walking Dead was doing so well. Oh, that's interesting. I had no idea. I never even heard of that before. Glass noodle. Well, what I mean by glass noodles is rice noodles. Like, if you ever had pad thai, that's what I meant. I don't know if glass noodles is the right phrase for rice noodles. I thought they were interchangeable. But if you ever had pad thai, the kind of noodles they have, it's not a flour-based noodle. It's a different... And I love me some flippin' fat pad thai, let me tell you. So, the idea of, like, combining Korean barbecue with rice noodles just sounds fucking genius to me. So, unfortunately, you also eat. I don't know, Brad. I guess I don't see a lot of your physique on your videos, but what I do see leads me to believe that the weight is not a problem for you. It doesn't seem like, well, I don't know. Maybe you do struggle with weight, but me, it's like all my life, if I'm not super vigilant and careful about what I'm eating and trying to exercise and eat light and everything, I just get fucking fat. So, you strike me as one of those people where if you're just not paying attention, you'd probably stay relatively trim. But I could be wrong. Your physique is disappointing? Uh-oh. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Brad. But yeah, so I'm excited about my new food, and I actually ordered a second week with this service because I was so impressed. But I definitely got to be careful what I order, because if you're just ordering the stuff that looks good, those 1,200 calorie meals are they're gonna totally wreck what I've been doing. And that's what I like about the other service. The meals are not, I enjoyed all the meals from Factor. But they're on the lean side, so usually I have to supplement them, like have some fruit or have a little something to go with them if I want to come out of it really feeling satiated. And which is fine. That's, whatever. But the thing that I know eating the meals that I've been eating for the last couple of months, though, is they are healthy. Like the focus is their nutrition. They're like dietitian selected meal configurations that their purpose is to, if you're going to eat these meals, you're going to be eating healthy. Whereas the stuff from Factor, it's just like if you go into your favorite restaurant, there's no chef in the back that's like, oh, what's gonna be the best for their blood sugar or whatever. It's just like, they're just like, what kind of delicious shit are these people gonna want to put in their face? And I'm gonna make it for them. You want 20 pounds of macaroni and cheese with bacon? Yeah, all right. That sounds good. I'm gonna get a big vat and send it out to your table. Considering how you treat yourself, you're doing well, but that doesn't solve your body image issues. I'm sorry to hear that, Brad. I didn't know you had body image issues, but I just feel like you just seem like kind of a trim dude, like at least maybe you're not worried about the weight. Maybe you're worried about other stuff. I don't know. But I have a hard time imagining you worrying about your weight because it doesn't seem like that's an issue. But I guess everyone's got, whatever. They got their own dealio with how they look, Everyone's got issues, but just like, which issues are they going to have? That's the thing, right? Like, I had a friend, and his issue was he was always skinny. And so that was the weird contrast that I had with this other friend. Started like all the way from, when we were in school together to even as an adult. This friend of mine would be like, we would go out to eat. We go to a Mexican place, and he would order a chimichanga, rolled tacos with guacamole. He would order like 3,000 calories worth of food. And he's like, I have to eat this much. I have to eat this much because, and he would work out too. So he was burning calories, but he just would try to eat as much as he could just to try and gain weight and not be skinny. And I was like, God, you motherfucker. But he was that told me that, and the thing is I actually thought he bulked up, and I thought, like, dude, I can't imagine this dude, like, when we were adults and he started working out and stuff, I couldn't have, in a million years, thought I didn't think he should at all be self-conscious about how he looked. Dude was a fucking machine. But still, it was like seeing, like, he was real sensitive about being too thin, and that was something that he was kind of obsessed with, even when he was like, most people would have looked at him and go, oh, that dude is like lean, mean machine, And meanwhile, I'd be at the other side of the table, trying not to order, to get too carried away with ordering, because I love chimichangas too. I might have got the chimichanga, but I wasn't getting a side of rolled tacos and guacamole on top of that. It's like I gotta pick my sins, Your twin can eat an entire buffet and will gain only a few pounds. Oh yeah, I was gonna look at this, The Beast Inside. October 17, 2019. Has a very positive rating on Steam. This is for Maxi if you're still here. That one shot has really fucked me up. My focus has gone out the window. Overall, 84% positive on Steam. Unique gripping twist on thriller and survival. Immersed in a story, long-buried secrets, personal tragedies, and madness. Play as two protagonists bounded by dark heritage. Combat the enemies, solve riddles. I mean, it looks like a Resident Evil type game. Or, no, something else. But it looks good. I don't know. Maxie, if you're still there. And, oh yeah, you are. He says, I am. I say if you're curious, give it a shot. It's too far off the beaten path for me to want to pay a ton of attention to it. But it looks like it's the type of game where if you give it a chance, it's probably a good game. Last time she weighed herself, she was 90 pounds, and I was like, ow! Yeah, that was the last time I weighed in, well, you know what, your weight can fluctuate and stuff, so, but last time when I weighed in, I was a half a pound up from the week before. Now, the thing is like, I feel like I haven't weighed myself, I weigh in on, like, Fridays or Saturdays, like, coming into the weekend. So, like, just looking at myself right now on camera, I feel like my face is thinner now than it was, like, a few weeks ago. So, I think I'm, losing weight, but I have to work for it. So, even with these stupid... not stupid, but I've been doing like Beat Saber sometimes 2-3 hours a day. That's a lot of activity. I've been working walks into it. And I've been doing stuff that I enjoy, but by the same token, I'm putting a lot of work, or a lot of energy rather, into trying to be healthy. And that's where I'm like, shit, the pounds should just be falling off of me. Although I am trying to be reasonable about it. Like on the weekends, I'll still get like a big ass pizza from a local place that I love. It's like, so in one sense, I know everything's gonna fall off because I'm not doing like a strict diet. Like, oh, I'm just gonna eat just Brussels sprouts for the next 6 months or some bullshit. It's like, no, I'm eating healthy, I'm exercising, and then on the weekend I get a big ass fucking pizza that I eat leftovers for the next 2 days. No, I haven't. I just found the Under Armour hat. The Under Armour hat has been missing in action for the last few weeks. Hey, Nick. Next step is no more Taco Bell. No, Taco Bell's part of the deal. But I've lost over 20 pounds, and I lost that 20 pounds still eating Taco Bell every week. Right? It's just the habits that I've developed when I'm not eating Taco Bell for the rest of the week have made it so that like I can still have Taco Bell one time a week and then have like some like get a pizza over the weekend or something. I can still eat some junk food. It's just that like 5 out of the 7 days I'm exercising and eating healthy. And then the other 2 days I'm like, bring it. I mean, I'm not completely losing all of my shit on the weekends and just, or that's the equivalent. Thursday nights I'm bad, and then usually I'll do something bad on Friday or Saturday that result, like a pizza, something that results in some leftovers, for example. You know nothing about it, hence your question. Okay, that's good too. But all right, I'm gonna have another shot because why the fuck not? This is exciting. But I think after this, I need to stop. I cannot. That's one thing that I always worried about. Like I watch streamers that drink on stream, and then they'll end up like saying stupid shit or whatever. That I'm like, oh god, I don't want to be on, because I know I've gotten drunk before and said some stupid shit. I think I've told you guys I don't want to relive those stories, but I've told you guys some of those stories of like stuff that I thought was a good idea to say when I'd been drinking. This is one of the reasons why I'm like, I prefer to be in my faculties most of the time, but Yep, I'm feeling that. All right, that's good. You lost 10 pounds, and now you've gained 2 to 3 pounds back. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. What, did you backslide? Like, were you doing stuff and then that were making you lose weight and then you stopped doing it? Because that's usually what happens, is people will be like, I'm going to eat healthy and exercise, and then they'll do it for for maybe a couple, 2-3 weeks, and then the backslide. I mean, my whole life has been sort of like about that. I'm kind of hoping that I'm making some longer term changes now. So it's because I'm hitting a milestone. I'm turning 50 this year. So when I smoked for 20 years, and when I turned 40, I quit smoking. And I stuck to that. I still vape for a couple years, but then I quit vaping too. And I'm sort of feeling like coming into 50, especially because you guys know I go to the doctor and they're like, they do my blood work and they're like, here's all these like red flags of like the shit that's gonna, where you're going right now on your current course and where you like almost are right now. Like you're not diabetic, but you're going to be very soon, type of thing. So yeah, I'm just like, I can't. When I'm hitting 50, I can't fuck around and just be like super sedentary and eat like shit all the time anymore. I mean, if I want like another good 30 years or something, if I even want to hope for something like that, I'm not gonna get that if I don't change course. So that's sort of like I'm having this kind of realization, right? And not that I didn't know before, but and this would happen like when I used to be a smoker. I was like, I can always quit later. I'm fine. I don't need to worry about that now. I can always quit later. And sometimes, you know, that doesn't work. Like people smoke when they're younger, and the bad consequences still happen. But that's it. You know, I hit 40, and I was like, shit, it's time to quit. And I tried a bunch of times to quit, and it was hard as fuck, and I failed several times to quit smoking. But when I did it when I was 40, I didn't play any games. I'm just like, I'm not gonna have cheater weekends. I used to like give excuses like, oh, I can smoke sometimes, like when X, Y, or Z, or if I'm at this person's house and they smoke, I can also smoke. And so this time it was just like, I need to kick it. I need to kick the addiction. I need to kick the habit. And so I went in with a mindset. The mindset this time was like, if I'm still trying to bargain and play games with myself about when it's okay for me to smoke, I haven't beaten it yet. I just need to put a hard stop on this shit and just be like, I'm not doing it anymore. I can't like, and I have not had a single cigarette since I was 40. I mean, I was still a smoker for the first few months that I was 40. And I quit because of the vape. I tried the vape, which I think is better than cigarettes health-wise. Vape's got its own issues, I'm sure, but I felt much better after I started vaping. And so, but once I was like, I found something to where I could be like, hey, this is good enough that I could stop doing that. I just did. I cut it off. I still had half a carton left. I gave it to a neighbor that I used to smoke out on the patio with. Like, here, you want the rest of these? I'm not gonna smoke them anymore. I'm done. And so that's something where, but still, even today, even like this year, there are times when I've thought like, it would be nice to have a cigarette right now. What would happen if I'd be like at a 7-Eleven or something. I'd be like, what would happen if I just bought a pack of cigarettes right now? Like, I know I can quit. I've done it. That's the kind of games you play with yourself. To be like, I quit for 10 years. If I don't think I need to worry about this anymore. And then all of a sudden, you're smoking a pack and a half a day. It's a month later, you're smoking a pack and a half a day, and you don't know how to stop. That's what would happen over and over again. The only reason it worked for me is because I drew a line and said no more, telling myself it's okay to have one now and then. It's the only reason it worked. For me, some people can do a transitional quit like that. It didn't, but for me, it never worked. You couldn't afford to start smoking again? Oh, I could. At this point, I could afford it. It's expensive as shit, but I could. I mean, it wasn't nearly as expensive before as it is now, but I was a smoker during some of the most financially lean periods in my life. And I always found a way. I was never out of cigarettes. I could have had utilities getting shut down. I had cars towed because I wasn't paying registration. There were sacrifices that I made in order to make sure that I always had cigarettes on hand. Because I considered it like food, as like groceries. Like, I had to have it. In my mind, it was just like, it was one of my baseline necessities. I could just not have them. Oh, I still remember getting like bargain brand cartons for $10. That was about as cheap as it got. Those cigarettes kind of suck too. And then also, because I lived in San Diego when I started smoking, and sometimes we would go down to Tijuana, and you could buy a whole carton of Marlboros in Tijuana for $10. Now, I think they were stale or fucked up or they're probably counterfeit because they didn't taste right, but they still, I was like, fucking Marlboros, right? Oh, I don't need to drink to say stupid shit. Well, it's true, Brad or Nick, but it's a different brand of stupid shit that I can say sober than I would drinking. Like the kind of stupid shit that I've said, and I'm not remotely gonna get that kind of drunk right now. I didn't come into today. I'm feeling a little buzzed right now, but I didn't come into today thinking I'm gonna get absolutely fucking hammered, because that's the point for me at which it's like things that I would ordinarily think were a terrible idea, a thought will just hit me and I'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna say it or whatever. Just like, fuck, dude, no. It's like you need internal filters, and then some things pop into your head, and your internal filter needs to go, no, that's not cool, and you just move it along. You see it, give it a little nod, and say, nope, sorry, we're not going to entertain that line of thought. We're not going to entertain that line of conversation. And then, but after about 8 drinks, some dubious thought comes across your path, and you're like, I'd be fucking funny if I said that. Oh, you've been drinking sodas again. I'm trying to think, I haven't really been drinking sugared sodas. We have diet sodas in the house. And then I've been drinking those flavored, like Kool-Aid. Right now I think in here I've got, it's Hawaiian Punch, sugar-free Hawaiian Punch, like flavor packet. You just dump it in and shake it up, and it's like, shit, it's really good. And you can barely even tell it's diet. So, of course, you got to be careful with that stuff. You can't be drinking... I don't think it's a good idea to drink artificial sweeteners as, like, a primary source of hydration for a prolonged period of time. So I still make sure to drink, like, regular water, too. But for my 20s and a lot of my 30s, soda was a major source of hydration for me, which I still look back and go, I can't believe I didn't have worse fucked up shit happen to me. Because that just seems absolutely wrong now. That's some of the things that, and the smoking, I think about that too. Why I don't want to fuck around with it. Because with some of the health stuff, like the high blood pressure and the stuff that I've had, and that's after I quit smoking, I think, what the fuck state would I be in right now if I just never quit smoking and it's 10 years later and I'm still smoking a pack and a half a day? I can only imagine there's a very good chance, like, the shit that they warn you is going to happen to you would have already happened to me at this point. I have a stroke or have something. I don't know. But I know that's, like, for me now, the idea of being a smoker again actually scares me. Because I look at how concerned I have been with the health issues that have come up as even in my post-smoking life, and I'm like, add smoking to the mix? I don't know. I don't think I could do that shit. You seen mixed info on whether artificial sweeteners are better or worse than sugar? Supposedly they can screw up your cravings for sweet and other issues. You haven't cared enough to research it. Normally, I'm not like a big artificial sweetener fan anyway. It's just that, like, these flavored packets are really good. And they've tricked me into... Because usually, I mean, I can still tell it's diet, but usually it's like hits you over the head. Like, you have a Diet Coke. For me, it's like people get into Diet Coke because they develop a taste for what Diet Coke tastes like. Not because they're like, oh, I can't tell. Is this sugar? It's like, no. There's the artificial sweetener, like, club hits your taste buds. And it's like, it doesn't play ball. It doesn't play around. It's just like, no. This fucking artificial sweetener you're drinking right now, bitch. But this stuff, some of these flavors, like there's a grape flavor one that I really like, and it's like I can barely tell that it's fake, and it doesn't have that super diety artificial sweetener flavor that I'm used to, sort of curtailing my interest in artificial sweetened drinks. Yeah, and that's why certain things before, like fruity sodas, like Mountain Dew, whatever. Again, I can still tell. It's not like I'm under the illusion where I can't tell it's artificial sweeteners, but certain flavorings seem like they counter the shitty diet artificial sweetener flavor better than others. But this shit I've been drinking now, it's like it doesn't taste that shitty diet at all to me. Speaking of Hawaiian Punch, you were so upset they changed their regular to use artificial? What? So wait, Hawaiian Punch, now just standard Hawaiian Punch, uses artificial sweeteners? Is that what you're saying? That's something I didn't even know about. You have to drink diet. Regular Coke and Pepsi are way too sweet for me. Interesting. I know tastes change over time. Like, that's one thing for me, too, in general. As I've gotten older. Well, I've always not liked stuff that was too sweet. Like, people who love white cake with white frosting or yellow cake with white frosting. I've always been a chocolate cake guy because it's a little less sweet. I still like the sweet. But, like, mountains of just white, sweet frosting, and I never have been into that. And I know people that love that, and I'm just like, I just can't. That's too much. But I know the older that I've got, the more I'm not always super into the idea of sweets. Certain sweets I do like I like peanut butter cups because it has that like sort of salty thing going on, the salty and sweet thing going on. So there's still some like sweets and candies that I will wreck myself on if given the opportunity. But just in general, a lot of stuff is like, meh, I don't know. Both sugar and sucralose. I didn't know that. You've been drinking regular sodas once a day at work, and you think that's why you've been gaining weight? I see. You try not to drink any of the ones at home. You notice you drink them when stressed out. You know, that's a funny thing too, because honestly, I would think that just if you're having like a can of soda, or even like a 20-ounce bottle, but you're only having one a day, I would almost think like, oh, that shouldn't be a big deal. But I guess it depends on how it fits in with everything else you're doing, right? It's everything together that defines it. And that couple hundred of calories a day can tilt things one way or the other. If you're already sort of on the border of whether or not you're like, yeah, am I going to lose weight? Am I going to gain weight? So like walking this thin line, and then you make one decision every day that pushes you on that side of the line. But I know for me, historically, like that was another thing I did when I was 40. I quit smoking, and I basically stopped drinking soda. I didn't stop altogether, but I did not make soda a regular thing that I had all the time. It would be like, I'd still have soda, but it would be maybe a couple times a week, not something I had every day. And it's been like that ever since. There have been periods where we have soda and I'll drink it more regularly. But like if it's in the house, if we have a big thing of like Mountain Dew or regular Pepsi, I will drink it every day until it's gone. But I won't like have it where that's all I'm drinking all day long. That's like when I was in my late 20s. That's how it was. If I had soda, that's what I was drinking. I wouldn't drink water until I ran out of it, the soda. And then it's like, oh fuck, I gotta drink water. I better get to the store and get some more soda as soon as I stop being lazy. Your uncle loves using those Mio things? I'm not sure what the Mio things are. You find diet sodas to be sweeter than regular? Because the artificial sweeteners are more potent. I've experienced that. You're cloying with our awful it's the aftertaste for me. Yeah, exactly. Takes roughly 3,000 calories to burn a pound of fat. So one soda a day for a month, you're gonna gain a pound. Well, but if you're eating a deficit, if you're in like a dietary deficit that can accommodate that 1 soda a month, then you could still lose weight. I mean, if you only drank 1 soda a day and didn't eat anything, you're gonna lose a fuck ton of weight. But you're not gonna be like, I lost weight drinking soda. You know, it's not like you can't point to the soda and say you just made a good decision, right? It's just because you're starving yourself the rest of the time. So really, kind of, it just all matters where it fits into the overall, like where on the line. So your body burns a certain amount of calories a day. Which side of the line are you on? That, you know, that's a big factor on whether you're going to lose or gain weight. That's not really how it works. I don't know. I'm probably losing my. Oh, so, are you probably talking about what Maxie said? Soda has a good amount of sugar, sure, but also soda a ton of other sugar. I am getting fucking drunk right now. I mean, I'm not like drunk, but I'm just like, shit, I need to slow down. I had 2 drinks, you guys. Jesus. I'm losing my ability to focus on a coherent conversation. You know, like the rest of the time, I'm so good at it. Paying attention to chat, not losing track of what the fuck I'm talking about. 2 cups of coffee, 1/3 a bottle of whiskey, and several glasses of water. Well, see, that's a good balance, Brad. That sounds like a healthy balance of like hydration habits, you know? I've been having coffee. I stopped drinking coffee every day. In December, if you guys remember, I got really sick for a couple of weeks. Where I thought I had COVID, but I didn't. I was almost disappointed because I'm like, if I'd had COVID, I could have, like, my work would have excused more absences without it being an issue. But because it wasn't COVID, they actually, like, it was punitive how much work that I missed. I was like, God damn it! If only this was COVID. But during that period, I stopped drinking caffeine because that's one of the things. Coffee or caffeine can dry you out a little bit, and when you have like a chest congestion, chest cold, you kind of want to avoid that. So, because it can make you cough harder, make it harder to cough the shit up that you need to get out. So yeah, I just stopped drinking caffeine and didn't drink coffee for a couple weeks, and then after that was over, I just sort of didn't rework it back into my routine. But the thing is, I don't think coffee is that bad a habit. I mean, it was just sort of like, since I had already sort of stopped, I was like, well, let's run with this a little bit. But over the past like week or 2, I've sort of gotten back in the habit of having coffee every morning. I love coffee, I'm gonna lie. Eating too much on your breaks at work? Yeah, we call that grazing here in this house. It's not at work. Grazing occurs in the evening. You have dinner, and then you're like sort of settling in, and maybe you're getting close to the point where it's like, I should go to sleep soon, but I'm kind of hungry too. But not for like a meal. I'm just gonna have a little snack, and then you go in and you end up having like 1,200 calories of like, oh, I'll have some of these crackers. And oh, that looks good. I have a little bit of that. Oh, is this some granola? Oh, yeah. And I mean, the thing is, like, we have a ton of granola in the house. And that, to me, is an easy thing to just absentmindedly eat. But then you look at the nutritional information, and it's like 1/3 of a cup is like 150 calories. It's like, well, fuck, I just casually ate 700 calories worth of granola. I could have had one of my factor meals and only had 500 calories. Stop telling your life story. Coffee is an appetizer present. Yeah, I agree too, Max. But the thing is I still need to eat. The problem is I can't drink too much coffee or I get kind of like a wired buzz. So I'll have usually one kind of healthy, like big cup of coffee every morning. And there's nothing that I like more than having coffee as the first thing in the morning. Like before I eat or before I have anything, just like having a cup of coffee. But that's a trap I would fall into, is I'd have a cup of coffee and then I wouldn't eat. And then somewhere around 11 o'clock or noon, like my body realizes like, hey, asshole, we're starving here. And then like I start getting like a little loopy. In a way that I don't like, because you can't always get away and have food. You hate coffee personally? It tastes like burnt bean juice. If you're gonna add a ton of crap to make it taste better, you rather those calories and sugar. That's fair. I didn't like coffee for a long time. I'm not saying it like, oh, don't worry, Madros, you'll come around. But I know, like, coming into adulthood, I tried a few times, like, oh, everyone seems to love this coffee and I just don't get it. And I try drinking it in the morning and just be like, I didn't like it. But for me, it was just a matter, I didn't know what kind of things I needed to add to where I enjoyed it. Because I don't like my coffee too sweet. But for me, it's got to have like enough sweetener and enough like a kind of creaming agent to kind of balance it out. And once it hits a certain balance, like I think I've said this before, but I always thought coffee smelled good. Like when I was growing up and I'd smell freshly brewed coffee or be in a restaurant and you'd smell coffee, I always thought coffee smelled good. And then I would drink it and go, this tastes fucking terrible. It's like drinking battery acid or something. And then that's what I found out is I could make it so that the coffee kind of tasted the way, like when I smell coffee and think that smells good, I could make the coffee actually kind of like taste like that. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, good morning, baby. I love you so much. I love you so much, coffee, my darling dear. It's like a hug in a mug, just welcoming me to the day. Patting my back, telling me everything's going to be okay. We're concerned about the carbs and the calories. You wonder if when you switch departments of work, if you start losing weight since you're getting off way earlier. I don't want to be the naysayer, Evie, but I think that would just, whatever your habits are now, they just get shifted a couple hours earlier. So, but who knows? You know, something like that could change your habit. If it changes like the way that your day fits in with when you have dinner and stuff, it could change. It could end up causing you to do things a little differently. So it could happen, but I wouldn't necessarily count on it. I think if you're used to grazing while you're at work, just could graze a couple hours earlier than you normally would. Well, here's the thing. I'm not trying to discourage you, but I am saying that the change is not going to happen by itself. But sometimes circumstances change and things will just change. So, but you can't count on like, oh, I'm not going to consciously change any of my eating habits, but I wonder if this thing will cause me to eat differently. And it's like, you're probably just gonna keep doing the same shit you've been doing unless you decide to do otherwise. And you're talking. Look, I'm not judging either, though. I mean, you're talking to a guy that I still got a lot of weight to lose. Okay. I'm a guy that's spent. There've been times in my life when I've been in shape. But it's not. That's the exception rather than the rule. I'd say of my adult life, the past 30 years, I've spent maybe 3 of those years in shape. So, which is not nothing, but it's still like maybe 4 years. That's not nothing, but it does say that I have a very strong tendency towards just being like, yeah, bring me the fucking Taco Bell and give me that Mountain Dew. I don't like the diet shit. Yeah, I want it extra large, motherfucker. Bring it to me. I'm still beautiful no matter what number turns up on the scale. What about when I have like the blood sugar test? Am I still beautiful when my blood sugar is abnormal? Oh, my blood pressure. That's one thing I'm stoked about, and that's also why even though like I don't see a ton of weight dropping off, I'm seeing other metrics. So like one of the things that my Fitbit keeps track of is like my resting heart rate. It's still high. It's not normal, but it's lower than it's ever been. And it's been consistently staying low. Lower than it's ever been. And then like it gives this little thing about like a rating of what your heart health is for your age. And I know the Fitbit is not like a 100% like, oh, the Fitbit said this, so, you know, whatever. It's not a, you can't rely on it 100% to be like you're healthy or you're not healthy, right? But it's finally like moved me into a new category of heart health for people my age. It's like, oh, it's now this, like I'm in this new category that I've never been in before of healthier than I was. So that's encouraging. Due to your ranted personality, it's not true for you. That you be beautiful no matter what turns up on your scale? Oh my gosh. How long have I been talking right now? I've been over an hour. Should I play the game? Should I play Midnight Suns? Should I play Project Zomboid? Should I play Everspace 2? I think I'm leaning default towards playing Midnight Suns. I have a feeling I'm just gonna get myself killed if I play Project Zomboid. It'd be boring and I'd get myself killed. Okay, Hunty says whatever I'm in the mood for. Well, ask the 3 or 4 active participants in the chat if they have a preference. I obviously came here with the general leaning towards Midnight Suns. No Dance Dance Revolution. That was one thing too. I was like, I could do another poll, see if anyone wants to see me do Beat Saber. But that was being tired today. I'm like, fuck no, I'm not doing Beat Saber. It's one thing. Going on 4 hours of sleep and then working out rigorously for 2.5 hours didn't seem like a good idea to me. Full Radiance. All right, Brad's predictable. No, I think Midnight Suns is probably the path of least resistance for me right now. Evie says Midnight Suns. I know Hunty's into Midnight Suns. All right.
45 seconds of gameplay.
Let me see. How do we launch Midnight Suns? There we go. I wonder after a couple of drinks. Honestly, I know I've only had 2 shots, which for some people might seem like nothing, but for me, that represents a pretty substantial buzz that I'm having right now. Like enough to where I'm very aware that I'm not operating at my full capacity. War Tales just launched into full release this week. I got my eye on War Tales. It's on my list to go back to. I really liked it a lot before. But I played the shit out of it for a few weeks. And then like anything else, I was like, okay, I've had enough of that. But part of it too is when I know that I'm going to run out of content in a game, in an early access game, that's always lingering in the back of my mind going, like, I shouldn't jump into this with both feet because I'm gonna run with it and then be like Valheim. I loved Valheim, but I'm still at this point. I'm not gonna go back to it until they're done with it because it was just too. It was too jarring to be totally into it and then just get to a point where I'm like, oh, I guess I'm done with the progression at Valheim, which just kind of just ended, you know. You had dance mats a long time ago. Living in an apartment tower, you don't feel like it would go well downstairs neighbors. Yeah, that's what I like about Beat Saber is it doesn't require a lot of stomping or anything. But there are certain like workouts that I used to do. When I lived in LA, we lived in an apartment building that was made out of like concrete and bricks. It was like this old 100-year-old high-rise building. And so nobody could hear shit what I was doing. I could be stomping around like a motherfucker, but now it's like, no. Now if I step lightly on the wrong place, like if I get up from my desk, everyone in the next 2 floors below me can hear that I just stood up. It's like, oh shit. I never did Dance Dance Revolution. I don't think. I don't remember it. Well, maybe did I ever have it? The only game with a peripheral like that I can remember having is Guitar Hero. I know I had Guitar Hero. after you switch your controller after the floor incident. Hey, Carol, what's up? It hasn't even been a full week yet, and the entire Mario movie has already uploaded to free movie sites. I wouldn't know anything about that after the movie studios figured out that I was doing that stuff back in 2010. They reported it to my internet service provider, and then my internet service provider shut down my internet access. That was the weirdest thing. I didn't even know that could happen. I went in to log in the internet, and nothing worked except a website popped up from my internet provider saying, basically like, the Motion Picture Association of America knows what the fuck you've been doing, asshole. So just click this if you promise to delete everything that you've gotten and never do it again. And we'll let you have your internet back. So I'm mad at my word. I clicked OK. I haven't done that shit since. I think I'm past the statute of limitations at this point, but yeah, but in the 2000s leading into like 2010, I was sailing the seven seas, you'd say. Now though, you can access everything. There's more. I have too much content to access anyways to feel like I need to pirate or do anything illicit. It helps that I'm not rich by any means, but I'm not poor as fuck as I was for a lot of my adult life, which made it a lot more tempting to try to find alternative ways of acquiring media. All right. So I think the last time I was playing this, I'd wrapped up a day, so I'm just gonna go to bed. Yeah, I do that frequently. Like, it'll be late and I'll be playing, and when it's time for when I'm thinking I probably should go to bed, that's when I'll make it like, oh, when the character's ready to go to bed, that's when I'll stop too. Beautiful. Another beautiful morning at the Abbey. A new post was added to the super link. All right, there's a whole bunch of shit in here that I haven't read. I don't want to read all this shit. Oh, this post is restricted to Midnight Suns. This is maybe relevant. I haven't seen Steven in this depressed since they shut down the Fancy Cloaks and the Surcoats magazine. Do you mind? I don't know. Keeping an ear out? Why can't you do that? Too many practical jokes. So Tony Stark and Doctor Strange have like been working side by side in that lab all the time, and they're sort of becoming friends, but they also get on each other's nerves because they're very different people. And you know, one of them's like magic, and the other one's like science, and they have those different approaches. Let's see. If I'm myself, I'll just aggravate him at a time when he doesn't need it. If you wouldn't mind being there if he's in the mood to talk, we'll do it. Okay, so Tony, this is kind of cool. Tony's like, I know if I try to talk to him, I'm gonna just get on his nerves. But I know he probably needs to talk to somebody. So if there's someone who isn't irritating to him, mind checking in on him to see what's going on? That's very thoughtful for Tony Stark to do. You like the voice actors for the majority of the characters in here? I've been pretty happy with the overall presentation. Let's see. Oh, Easter egg hunt, skill essence. Oh yeah, I'm definitely feeling like a little like. Whee!
I'm still recovering from that, Hunter. For a recently animated corpse who's missed a few centuries of culture, you're a good hang.
That's Tony Stark. Where the fuck are you talking to me from? Oh, he's in the other room.
Come on, Blaze.
All right, what's going on with you, dude?
Morning, Blaze. Want to do some Spirit of Vengeance training in the yard? Oh man, I sound so lame. Freaking hopeless.
You talking to yourself? You don't want to be Blaze's brother? All right, I'm just gonna be neutral on this. This seems like one of those things. If I try to do like the straight and narrow thing, I'm just gonna alienate myself. I've learned you can't always be Mr. Paladin Goody Two Shoes because sometimes people don't like it.
Who are you talking to, Robbie? Sparky?
Oh, hey there, Hunter. Didn't see you standing there. I was just talking to myself, trying to hype myself up, you know?
Hype yourself up for what?
If we're gonna be working with Blaze, and he starts hanging out at the Abbey, and we're driving across the desert together killing demons, I need to be cool. I mean, he's the original Spirit of Vengeance, the real Ghost Rider. And I'm just Robbie Reyes from East LA. How the hell am I supposed to live up to that?
Yeah, I was saying like you don't want to be like Johnny Blaze. That's not cool.
Have you asked the Spirit of Vengeance that resides in you for advice?
You mean my roommate Sparky? Of course I have.
Uh-oh,
He
he
said
didn't like
I'm
that.
just as legit as Blaze. Maybe even more legit. But I think Sparky may be a little biased. He has a rivalry with Blaze's Ghost Rider. Some kind of demonic competition thing.
I see.
Look at me. I'm standing here in the middle of this ancient abbey, surrounded by some of Earth's greatest heroes. And I still don't really feel like I belong. It's not like I got that special something you've got. I mean, look at you. You're not intimidated by anyone. How do you own that swagger?
I just do what's right. I did everything you're doing now. No, that's not true. I just say, yeah, okay, now I'm gonna be stick up my ass.
I follow my moral compass and do what I believe is right, no matter what others say.
What if you don't have a moral compass? Or your moral compass is a demon that lives in your head and isn't just a talking cricket?
Then I suggest developing one of your own. Crickets are untrustworthy.
Well, thanks for the heart-to-heart, or demon-to-demon, or whatever. You've given me and Sparky a lot to digest. See you around, Hunter.
And we come out of that conversation he likes me a little bit less than if we hadn't talked to him at all. So that's just great.
My powers don't feel like they're enough. Good thing I've got brains.
All right.
That was a hell of a sparring session, Ileana. Haven't been this sore since, well, ever. You really got it right there.
This is quite the little outfit I've got on right now. Looks like I should be going to college or something.
It's one of the perks of being underestimated.
Nah, I feel like I'm missing stuff. And the next playthrough, I'll probably forget all that shit, but I know I'm learning general strategies of how they react to the kinds of things that I say. For sure.
Hey, can I ask a favor?
Purchase, have you always wanted her? He wants, okay, so he's gonna give me bonus if I purchase and equip a new Hunter hairstyle? Yeah, I can do that.
Thanks, Hunter.
Oh yeah, I've got like the retro paladin armor now. It's pretty sweet. Or it's not retro, it's like futuristic but paladin armor. Kind of into it. All right, let's look at some awful hair that I don't already own.
Oh, switching things up, hey boss?
Got the faux hawk, natural buzz cut. No, thank you. Maybe I could go bald. Bald is beautiful, baby. I'm not sure though. Not sure about bald. The Jetson Paladin. There you go. A little Caesar haircut. You could rock this look. Just walk into the room, see if anyone notices. Just go with the full on. There's some really glorious hairs. This is kind of cool. Medium straight. The half up. I could go with get the Witcher cut. Just go full on 100% Witcher. The loose ponytail. And then the absolutely fabulous volume hair. Hey, Nick, how did you get your character to have colored skin? You had like blue or green skin or something. Was that something you unlocked late in the game? Not that I'm necessarily wanting to go for a different colored skin, but... Let's see, do I want to... Yeah, we're just going to do this. Here, we'll go, whoops. They're like, don't go full Witcher. I'm going full Witcher. And hey, what's up, Ron Deasy? Let me see. How much more Witcher can I get? Just do like a full beard. That's kind of cool. Looks like the Witcher when he needs a shave. You unlock post main story. Okay, that makes sense. All right, I'm just gonna go with this for a little while. Yep, looking good, brother. I don't know, maybe not looking good, but still, I'm into it.
No demons to report here, boss.
All right, now I'm gonna get my
Awesome. Thanks, Hunter.
Get my rewards. All right, I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, no, that's why he looks just like the Witcher. Witcher has yellow eyes. So this, like, literally is as much as the Witcher as you can look like. That is like the Geralt default hairstyle. And his beard grows out. He looks just like that, and he's got the yellow eyes. The Flintstone Paladin outfit. Well, he's got... I unlocked the old style outfit. Oops, wrong one. His original medieval armor. What the hell am I doing? Okay, I'm here. Select him. Go to customization. Go to hero. Let's see. Midnight Sun. Ancestral. Salem. So this is... Whoops. So this is like the actual old school traditional armor that he had, like when he was buried from back in the olden days. This was the armor that he wore back like hundreds of years ago. But because he's got like a super high goodness rating by making all those light side decisions, he unlocked this armor called where was it at? It's the light epic. And then I decided, oh yeah, I'm kind of into that shit. It's like a more sleek, but it still looks like medieval armor, but it's like modern medieval. I don't know, futuristic medieval armor? I don't know. All I know is I think it looks kind of fucking badass. So I'm running with it. I don't know if I'm into the Witcher look overall, though. Maybe you need to change your shirt, dude. There's something he'd be wearing. Yeah, there you go. Wear your book club outfit. There we go. That's how you can tell he likes to party and get into fights, but he also is an intellectual. Looks like something a beer from buy from Spirit Halloween. What, the cool armor that I picked for him right now? pointy boots? Alright, let's see what Captain Marvel wants.
Where the hell did you go, Blaze?
How is the search for Blaze going?
Nowhere.
The dude has totally gone off-grid. I've scoured every rat hole on the planet a guy like that would be seen in. Monster truck shows, stunt cycling extravaganzas, motocross events, but Blaze is totally MIA. I'm telling you, Hunter, if I have to spend one more hour scanning digital maps for that hot Cheeto, even my super sight is gonna go all squiggly.
Cheeto. Let's see. We can't afford it. Okay, I'm gonna just do the good option because it doesn't feel offensive.
Perhaps there is a silver lining in his inability to be found.
There is? Because I'd sure love to hear it.
Think about it. If the great Captain Marvel cannot locate him, then Lilith does not stand a chance in hell of finding him either.
Good point. But I'd still like to find him. If not for securing the parchment and preventing your mother's gothy Armageddon, then just for the principle of it. I don't like to lose. Well, I'd love to continue with the chit-chatting, but I've got to get back to the most boring manhunt in history.
Do let me know when you find him.
Don't worry. I'll be so freaking relieved and excited the whole Abbey will know. Come on, Blaze. Come out wherever you are.
All right.
Can't hide
Gonna talk to
forever
the
under
caretaker
whatever
now.
backwater rock you've crawled under.
This isn't working.
The map table? Should I get Tony?
No, I mean Midnight Suns, Avengers, and now X-Men. The Abbey. None of it's working. And I have no one to blame but myself.
I know, right? No, she wouldn't be into that shit. Moping doesn't suit you. No, you say you're doing your best. She is. Her best, sometimes it kind of sucks, but, you know, she's trying.
That is not what I see.
I appreciate the rare vote of confidence, but you're wrong. This is my doing. 3 teams under the same roof, all fighting for different reasons. Nothing to bring us together. It's not too late to change that. If Agatha were here, she'd tell me... No, it doesn't matter.
She is here.
She isn't here.
She's in the other room. She's a ghost. Pretend she is here. Maybe I should tell you the truth. I'll let Agatha decide when it's time for her to know that Agatha's actually still here as a ghost.
If she were here, what do you think she would tell you to do?
To stop being so stubborn. That bringing everyone together is long overdue.
Yep.
And that she loves you.
Yes.
So, what now?
I'm calling a meeting.
Oh.
When?
Tonight. I'll spread the word. Find me after your mission. We can go there together.
Oh, some shit's happening.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna go to my Witcher cosplay convention right now.
It turns out Tony does occasionally make useful contributions.
Okay, so items I can make during combat. Teamwork Tactics 2, Yard Schematic. Heroes draw a card when an ally knocks an enemy into them. Oh, that's kind of cool. Buy and sell research. I like that first one. Oh, I can't do either of these yet. Okay, so to get this one, I have to complete 2 missions with Wolverine. And to unlock this one, I have to do 6 missions with Captain America. I've only done 3 out of the 6. So, yeah, it's a whole convention, Hunty. Everyone goes dressed as the Witcher. It's kind of a I don't know, confusing because everyone's dressed the same, but I barely pay attention to I didn't even take a close look at what it did. It gives you did it give you 2 heroism points? Was that the deal? I've had Captain America for a couple weeks now. All right, so this is telling me that I should probably try to arrange missions where it's me and Wolverine and Captain America together, 3 of us. What a combination! All right, let's do some gamma coil analysis.
Gamma coil for me?
In fact, looks like the last mission I was on was with Wolverine and Captain America.
Good. I made it. Sometimes, I even impress myself.
Okay. Gives my cards in the hand critical. All cards are critical when drawn for 2 turns. What does critical do? Hey, you missed it. Excuse me, don't disappear. Don't worry about it. Or maybe it was. I'm pretty sure I had him last week. Maybe he wasn't around the week before. And hey, Jeff, what's up, man? You're oftentimes 1 or 2 heroism off from a decent play on it. I guess that could be a big game changer.
I feel like I could automate this process and take myself out of the loop here.
The best defense. Okay. Gains block equal to damage dealt for 2 turns. Okay. Okay, Wolverine. This is one that he already has, but I could probably upgrade it. This is another one that he has. He does not have upgraded quick swipe or chain swipe. I'm starting to think I'm gonna get these two, because this is like well on the road to upgrading Wolverine. Although I could craft these cards, and these I cannot craft. But I'm not like. Let me see. What do these do if I upgrade them? Free. Oh, I like free. Free's good. What am I using now? Heal and inspire. What does critical do? Deals increased damage. Seems very situational, though, is the problem. And what does this one do if we upgrade it? Draw 2 cards. Gains block equal to damage dealt. I'm not finding that super exciting.
I'm pretty sure Charlie left a steaming.
But this one does seem.
Third state of matter, indeed.
The thing is do I want the ability to add critical as one of the 8 cards to displace the other cards that I already have in here? How much does critical increase damage, Nick? Is it super significant? Because that's really the factors. When they say increased damage, how increased? Yeah, well, the She-Hulk is a lawyer. What's his name? The blind guy? Daredevil is a lawyer. Right? I think there's some lawyer superheroes. Sometimes when you draw cards to crit. Oh, right, where it has the flame on it. Okay, I know what you're saying. Alright, so what happens when we upgrade this? Full combo apply 1 week. Oh, that doubles the damage. Okay, fuck yeah, I'm getting that. And I think I will get this. I don't know if I'll use it right away, but... Harvey Birdman. That's true. Does Judge Dredd really have his law degree? That doesn't... I don't remember that like a formal legal education being part of the Judge Dredd background. But it's been a long time since I've watched any Judge Dredd movie. Don't watch the She-Hulk show? What did you think? Nick is a She-Hulk fan. What did you think of the show? I have not had that much interest in watching it in the first place. That's the thing, is people are always like, oh, you're a lawyer. You must love it when there's shows about lawyers and shit. And I'm like, I barely ever watch shows about lawyers, ever. So, but I came into being a lawyer in like a weird path. I wasn't like obsessed with lawyers and like law shows and shit like that. I never even thought about being a lawyer until like, I was trying to figure out what to do after college. I wasn't able to figure out what I was doing, so I started seeing like this career therapist, and he was asking me the stuff that I was into, and I was like, I was an English major, and I got into some really like intense intellectual stuff like linguistic studies, and I did some stuff as an English major that was pretty intellectually rigorous, that I was proud of this level that I was able to analyze stuff like methodically and philosophically. But, and I kind of lamented the fact that, like, no one gave a shit that I could do that if I was applying for a job. Right? They're like, oh, well, what what kind of work experience you have. It's like, well, I can analyze like the linguistical meaning of blah blah blah. It's like, well, yeah, but that's not going to help us earn money. So I was like, yeah, and then I remember they're like, have you met anybody that you look at what they did and you're like, oh, I wish I could do that. And when I was still working near UCLA after I graduated, there was this guy I knew, and he worked at the library. He was like a researcher. And I forget what he researched, but he researched, like, he spent his job was to research shit in the library. And I was like, I don't know why, but that sounds like cool. Like, I wish someone would pay me to learn shit. I mean, I thought about being an academic, but then that sounded like like actually being a professor sounds awful. Like, that was my original plan. And then when I talked to some professors, they're like, yeah, most of it is like, you think you're having a hard time making a living now? Try being a professor. Most of the time you barely can get a part-time gig, and you still got to work temp jobs to pay the bills. I'm like, oh shit, okay, I don't know, that doesn't sound great. But yeah, so this guy was like, have you ever thought about getting into the law? And I was like, no, lawyers are douchebags, aren't they? Like sleazeball, slick, sleazy, oily, greasy guys. And then he convinced me that, like, no, the stuff that you're, like, the skills that you're interested in using, you don't have to be in the courtroom. He said, I've known people like you that try to do litigation and they hate their fucking lives. It's like, I can't see you. If you go into law, it would be because you want to use your skills in a different setting, employ that training in a different setting, which is, as it turns out, it took me a fucking long time to get there, but that's sort of exactly what I'm doing now. I'm not practicing courtroom law, but I'm using all those skills that I always thought no one gave a shit about. That's what I'm doing now. And, you know, it's like I get paid okay to do it, too. It's all right. I like it. I get to work from home. That's fucking shit. I don't know why I'm still talking about that. Oh, yeah, just getting back to the whole thing of, like, people are always like, hey, you're a lawyer. You must love Law and Order. Or you must love Boston Legal. Honestly, I did watch some Boston Legal, and I thought it was pretty good. But I'm not someone that's like, oh, just because there's a show about a lawyer, I'm like, oh, fuck yeah, I love everything that has to do with lawyers. I did have work experience as a security guard. Yes, and one of the things that I liked about the security guard role and being like, and I was like a supervisor, was the fact that they had like a pretty complex body of rules and regulations and procedures. And I liked navigating those procedures and figuring out how to apply them, which is what lawyers, that's like what the practice of law is doing, you know? The old Night Court. I like Night Court, Auntie, yeah. It's been a million years since I watched it, but I remember I liked it back when it was still on. At the Werewolf Lawyer? I don't remember that. There's one episode? Let's see, people in the field tend not to like shows about that field. Say no. You know how contrived and just flat wrong they are? I don't know. Well, the thing is, it's like all the stuff that's about lawyers doesn't reflect it's not representing what I've ever done as a lawyer. And sometimes I've seen shows like that and been like, yeah, that probably is realistic, and that's one of the fucking reasons I don't want to do that kind of work as a lawyer. Just sort of that cynical, whatever. But I mean, I've known lawyers who do litigation who, like, they're very not. I know people who are complete, you know, sleazeballs too. But I know people that do litigation type work, and they're very principled and they really believe in what they're doing. So it's not like they're all a bunch of shit. But yeah, I'm not going to get into it. But you guys know, I've told stories in the past about like my limited brushes of adversarial law, and that's that law system where you got two clients or two parties against each other, and each one has a lawyer, like basically fighting each other. You're like gladiators and shit. That's the adversarial system that we have in the United States. And I do not like, I'm not an adversarial person. I don't like being pitted against somebody else in that way, especially if it's like really like shit that people, I don't know, turning the most important things in their lives into kind of like a fucking game about outmaneuvering this other dude. Like, it doesn't, I don't know if I've got the temperament to play that role, right? But yeah, but because when you talk about people don't like stuff that are other, I just think, like, they don't like stuff that represents what they do. I think about, like, for a long time I was in customer service, and then I watched movies like Clerks, and I'm like, fuck yeah, I connect with Clerks. Like, that was me. I'm into that shit. And then, like, now I can look at Office Space and having like spent some years in office environments, I'm like, fuck yeah, Office Space. I can relate to that shit. So yeah, it's not always, but I imagine it's the type of feel like if like cops, maybe not always like, or they watch a cop show and they're like, oh, that's a bunch of bullshit. I'm a big lawyer. You've heard I like the Dred Scott decision. And this is going to be terrible to say. I don't remember what the Dred Scott decision is. I did know it. I know that I did know it. It's from the old timies. But I can't remember what it fucking has to do with. Could have had to do with the slavery. It could have had to do with something about equality law. Marbury versus Madison had to do with the balance of judicial power. I think I remember that. That's one of the things I remember from law school about specific cases. I watched Superstore, a parody where... No, I think Amanda watched Superstore, though. I think she watched it, and one of the reasons I didn't watch it is I kept asking her, is it any good? And she was like, eh. She kept watching it, but every time I asked her, is it good? She goes, eh. But Clerks, where it's like a little convenience store right next to a little grocery store, I've worked in both of those places. So I connected like hard with that stuff. All right, I'm missing a bunch of shit. Okay, hold on. Ally McBeal? Okay. Comedies tend to be better in that field. Okay, I see what you're saying. Like the IT crowd, and you're in IT, but anything computer... Okay, so if you're looking at something that's trying to play it straight about, like, whoa, what it's really like the adventures of someone who really works in computer security, and you're just like, oh, it's a bunch of bullshit. Maybe that's like... But the thing that I get upset about is stuff like, I played a shit ton of Kerbal Space Program, so I know how orbital physics works. And then I watched like an Avengers movie where the world's going to end because somebody dropped a mile-wide piece of Earth from a mile up, and it was going to be like an asteroid that made the dinosaurs go extinct. And I'm like, that's not why asteroids have such an impact. It's not just you drop something from a mile up. It's that these things were traveling at stellar speeds. These things were traveling in a speed that has like a speed required to orbit the sun, coming into the Earth at a different trajectory. The level of impact of something moving at that speed hitting the Earth is gonna fuck some shit up. But if you took that same thing and just took it like a mile off of the Earth's surface and dropped it, it's not gonna do that. So I had to watch. Maybe that's what it's like for other people who they know how shit works, and then they see like they see a show try to be like, oh yeah, we're going to create this real drama about like, we're going to drop this thing from a mile up and it's going to destroy the Earth. It's like, shut the fuck up. And so I just have to watch something like that and be like, okay, well, I know enough about, I'm not a scientist, but I know enough about how this shit works to know that that's complete bullshit. But I'm just going to have to pretend for the sake of this story, suspend disbelief and think that, yeah, if you drop a chunk from a mile up and it hits the Earth, the impact would be so tremendous that it would cause a fucking everything on Earth to die within a year. Sorry, end of rant. non-complex fields transfer to the screen easier. Clerks isn't a very technical job. Yeah, that's true. You stopped watching comedies a long time ago since humor doesn't make sense to you. That's an interesting thing to. But wait, did it used to make sense to you? Now it doesn't? Humor is a weird thing. Like, stuff that... Like, I think about my wife and I, and we act goofy together and make each other laugh doing goofy shit. But a lot of stuff that I find funny, she hates. Like Always Sunny, I think is Always Sunny in Philadelphia, to me, is one of the funniest shows ever of all time. And she can't fucking stand it. She can't even be in, if I'm watching it and she walks into the room, she can't even overhear it. Because she doesn't like cynical kind of comedy about people that are not nice. It basically is the premise of Always Sunny. Those people are not good people. But then her and I watch the IT Crowd and she loves that shit. But yeah, humor doesn't register. It's a weird thing. It doesn't register with people the same way. So stupid flashy graphics for thing they do for hacking, and the dumb tropes of people just quickly hacking and security. Okay, I got you. Yeah. You don't think I understand physics as well as I think you do? Well, I understand. I am no expert I'm not like an expert in physics, but I can tell you that the velocity at which an asteroid that would theoretically have wiped out the dinosaurs, the velocity of that asteroid hitting the Earth is not the same as if you just held it a mile off the Earth and dropped it. Because that sort of terminal velocity can only get to a certain degree, and it's not... But the kind of velocity that you can hit, like orbiting the sun without falling into it, you gotta be going pretty fucking fast. And there are two things orbiting the sun, and they're going in different directions. They're coming at each other from different angles. It's like two cars going down a highway. If two cars are just sitting next to each other, another one bumps into it at 2 miles an hour, it's not a problem. But if one of them is going 2 miles an hour and another one's going 50, and they're coming from opposite directions, and those cars hit each other, there's going to be a fucking nightmare happen right there. But you can't, it's not the same as like, oh, my brakes went out and I rolled into this other car, like, that was parked next to me on the street. It's not like, oh my god, now it's going to explode. And that's the same thing as what they did in that Marvel movie. That's a tantamount to that making that same comparison. Your friend is an astronomer. He tends to hate space shows. That's one of the things that I liked about what was that one about the people that live on Mars and like mine water and they live in that space station? Why can't I think of it? It's on the Sci-Fi channel. I think it's a Sci-Fi channel or Amazon. Why can't I think of that fucking series name? But it's like they do real hardcore orbital physics. When they're showing like how ships travel around the solar system, it's like transfer orbits and all that other shit are going on. It's not just like, well, let's see, the Earth is in a straight line that way from Mars, and I'm just going to go in that direction. And then I'll get there. It's like, no, that's not how it works. Oh, hey, James Baker. Spooters that use magic to hide his people? Okay, I know what's happening right now. Your expert's physics knowledge is what makes it hard to suspect your disbelief of superheroes. What? Your expert physics knowledge is what makes it hard to suspect your disbelief of superhero movies. Well, that's the thing. Well, that's what I have to boil down to. It's like, all right, so I'm fine with a dude that can like fly around and shoot lasers out of his eyeballs, right? I'm like, that's good. I can believe that. But then dropping this thing. But the thing is there is a certain like, you learn to when you're getting into a universe like a superhero universe or sci-fi universe, there are certain things you just learn to accept, like as like, okay, whatever. that's like, it's equivalent of magic and it's just how it works. So I just got to let it be what it is. And that's just how it works. But then there's something that's grounded, it's supposed to be grounded in like, oh, well, dropping this thing off a mile off of the Earth is supposed to be this credible threat. It's not magic. They're trying to describe how something would really happen in real life based on established principles. And if I know that shit's not real, that it's completely fucking wrong, then that makes it harder for me to be like, okay, this is not just like, well, how does Superman actually shoot the lasers out of his eyes? What's not my, you know, it's like, I'm okay. I don't know how it works, but somehow it does. And you learn not to question it because it basically is magic and you're just going to let it be magic, right? Superman spinning around the Earth super fast and making it turn backwards and make time go backwards. That's a bunch of fucking bullshit that I got to squint my eyes really hard to accept because that's not how time works. You don't just go backwards and make the Earth spin backwards and then time goes backwards. It's not how it works. The Expanse! Yes, Rangers, exactly. Yes, The Expanse. Suspend disbelief. Well, that's the thing too, is I still ended up enjoying that movie. Right? But I literally had to be like, I know for a fact that this threat that they've set up, that they're trying to say is like a real thing that could happen. If this thing happened in real life, it would destroy the Earth. It's like, no, it wouldn't. I know 100% that it wouldn't, because I know how that shit works, and the people who wrote this, they don't know how it works. They don't know why asteroids are as destructive as they are. Multiple suns is one of the sci-fi tropes you hate. You can't orbit multiple suns. That's not how orbiting works. And you're close enough to two suns to be caught in the gravitational pull of both. There are binary star systems, but I never thought, is it just you're orbiting both the suns? Like the two suns are here and you're going around them? Like they've created an equilibrium or like a center of gravity between the two of them, and you're orbiting that. I never thought about what happens. And CPG, did I say hi? You're probably not sticking around much, but you enjoy and appreciate using human. Thank you, CPG. You caught me on a rare evening. It's probably the second stream in history where I drank some alcohol during the stream because I was tired and crabby earlier. So I decided I would combat my cantankerous crabbiness because I was still sleepy by having some alcohol. The planet will be pulled apart. Well, I guess if you were in the middle of the two suns, but wouldn't the two suns, if they were orbiting each other like a little slingshot thing, that what would happen realistically is the stuff in the middle it'd be like a grinder and it'd get destroyed. But the stuff on the outside, wouldn't the two suns form a center of gravity between the two of them? And the stuff on the outskirts would just orbit the two of them? That's what I imagined, but I don't know for sure. And oh, it's Stone. Greeting the Logcock. How you doing, Stone? They think nuking an asteroid is a good idea? Well, but that's the thing. I'm not drunk. Hey, Jeff Fire. I'm not like drunk. Come on, let's get. I've had 2 shots of this. So, I've had 2 shots of this over the past 2 hours. But for me, because that's what I drink, I'll drink maybe 3 times a year. And the times that I do drink, I will have 2 to 3 drinks. So, what that means is those times that I have 2 to 3 drinks, I get a pretty good buzz on because my body's not used to dealing with that shit. I might go for my 3rd and final drink soon. We'll see what happens. But drunk is not the right word. But altered state of mind, for me, yes. I'm definitely feeling different. But yeah, I've talked about this before. I don't like getting like drunk. Because I don't like absolutely losing my sense of judgment. Because I've said some fucked up shit when I've dropped my ability to make good decisions. Which I don't like. I don't want to repeat that. I especially don't want to repeat that on a stream that's being broadcast that, once it's out there, it's out there. But yeah, nuking an asteroid, that would theoretically work, wouldn't it? If an asteroid was on a trajectory with the Earth, and you were able to apply any kind of a significant force that would cause it to deflect, that could work. You're not going to destroy the asteroid, but you could break it into two parts, both of which would end up not hitting the Earth. I am a lightweight, Snone. Absolutely. That's not what Madros was talking about. I probably missed out then. There are circumbinary planets where the planet orbits the gravitational center of the two suns. And there are circumstellar planets where the planet orbits one sun of the two and the other is very far away. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense too. I mean, it's the same way it's like the moon orbits the Earth, even though it is also in the gravitational pull of the sun too, because the moon is orbiting the Earth, which is orbiting the sun. It's coming along for that ride. But the moon is orbiting us instead of the sun, right? I don't know. I'm probably saying it fucked up, but that would be that same principle. There are ways a planet could orbit two suns, but the vast majority of the ways are portrayed in science fiction that wouldn't be. Okay, I got you. In circumstellar systems, it's basically like there's a sun and there's also way far away another sun that's technically is a binary system. Is one of those suns orbiting the other sun, though? In those scenarios? See, I don't know. I honestly, this is something I just don't know anything about. I've never looked into how binary star systems or binary solar systems work. You take it off your shirt on stream multiple times. I know, Chris. Yeah, you used to get rip-roaring drunk on your stream. Take your shirt off, and then you'd go you'd have special streams afterwards? I don't know if I ever went to one of those on other platforms. Thank you, Brad. Oh my gosh, Brad respects my physics. Firm believer in Fallout physics. All right. They don't orbit a center point between. Well, because I was imagining two suns kind of doing a dance together around a common... That makes no sense, though. Like, they've created, like, a weird, wobbly dance between the two of them. But then further away... As you get further away, between the two of them, they have created a common center of gravity. But that's completely like me not knowing how the fuck that works. Okay? I'm gonna flat out admit that was just me speculating on maybe that's how it could work. That could be completely fucking impossible. You never went from YouTube to ChatterTube directly. Oh, okay. You're not a binary star system expert either. I mean, neither. But you obviously, you know a little bit more about them than I do. There are stars that orbit each other. So they're just like causing like a weird dance around each other instead of one circling the other one. They're both kind of like doing a weird thing. All right, this is what's going to happen now. I'm going to have one more shot, and then I'm going to play some more of this game. And then eventually, I haven't even technically had dinner yet. I had a late lunch because I was in meetings all day. So I didn't have my lunch until I was almost done with work, like 4:30. So that meant, like, by the time stream started, I wasn't ready for another meal. That's another reason why I thought it would be okay for me to drink, because I didn't have an empty stomach. All right, third and final shot of the evening. "45 seconds of drinking." I'm really surprised. I was fairly certain that I would end up gagging or choking at some point this evening on probably the first shot, but absolutely if I had more than one. I don't have a history of smoothly being able to drink alcohol, especially without it immediately chasing it with something. But speaking of chasing, definitely far from your area of expertise as well, but not something I've looked into at all recently. Yeah, honestly, I'm no expert, but the reason, like, I know about orbital velocities being so much greater is because of Kerbal Space Program. Understanding the speeds at which things are traveling relative to the sun in order to orbit the sun, and that they can be orbiting the sun in vastly different paths than we are. And that's typically what happens with these sort of rogue elements that hit us. They're still orbiting the sun, but their orbits normally aren't hitting anything. But because they're orbiting in a different trajectory than everything else, then once in a great while, one of them will line up with something that's orbiting differently. And if they line up and hit each other, and they're weird different orbits, the velocity at which they're going to hit each other is going to be astronomical, literally. I should make all 4 G-Laws chewing some cashews in close-up. I do still have those, like, weird, stale, unsweetened, or unsalted cashews. It's unsweetened. And chase it with some delicious shoe rubber flavored Huel. I actually haven't been having my Huel for the last week or so because I got behind on those prepackaged meals. So I've been eating them for breakfast too. So I'm gonna need to even out how those meals work. I started buying extras, thinking that's something like, because I enjoy them enough that if I had them over the weekends, when I normally would be like getting Uber Eats or grabbing stuff from out of the house, I'm like, oh, if I have those around the house instead, I'd probably just eat those instead and actually save some money and it's healthier. But then I found when the weekend comes and I'm still like, I'll be thinking about pizza and be thinking, oh fuck, I still want the pizza. So, yeah, that plan didn't quite work so much. But I end up with too many of these meals, so that during the week, normally I would have Huel for breakfast and then eat the prepackaged meal for lunch and maybe dinner. So I don't have to. If I'm left to have to prep that stuff myself, I'll make bad decisions. I got unsalted nuts. Well, this says, technically this does say salted on it, but this is from a bag of, like, nuts for cooking. This was empty, and I took the bag of nuts, like, for cooking and dumped them in there. These are Chauncey's nuts, though. I can't go hog wild on these. I can't eat these regularly. Because I had discovered after the last stream, I thought it'd be terrible, and then Brad talked me into eating some of these. And I actually did find, like, I was still enjoying them. But the whole purpose, the whole reason these are here, these are Chauncey's nuts. Because Chauncey, whenever I eat, she gets really fucking crazy, but a lot of times I can't share if I'm eating something that's soupy or wet, or a lot of stuff that I eat, she fucking hates. If I'm eating fruit, she hates fruit, like 99% of fruit. If I try to give it to her, she looks at me like I'm an asshole trying to give her something terrible. But then she screams at me because she sees I'm still eating and I'm not sharing with her. Well, I'm like, what the fuck? This is a no-win scenario, Chance. You can't. I'm eating an apple right now. And you can't get mad at me if I try to share the apple with you and you say, oh, fucking, I hate apple. And then I'm like, well, fine. And then I sit down and keep eating the apple. And she screams at me because she could tell I'm eating and she's not getting something from me. So, enter the nuts. That's why I have nuts on hand. It's so that when I'm eating something that Chauncey hates, and then she gets mad because I'm not sharing with her, I have something that I can give her so she can be like, oh, I'm eating some people food. It's a real weird relationship I've developed with my bird. But she's got some really messed up, deep, crazy, hard to deal with emotions. It's birds, man. I can always I can buy more nuts, but the thing is like I don't want to buy nuts all the time. I'd rather just have these be on hand, and this canister of nuts lasts a fucking year. Then I'm always running out of nuts. Because also nuts are fatty. Nuts don't fit into my diet either. So they're not a good thing for me to absently be snacking on. I've learned. I'm not an expert in bird law, but I'm an expert in bird psychology. Only insofar as it applies to my weird fucked up bird, who has developed these very weird psychological patterns. I don't know if other birds are like her, but we've definitely developed like a pack mentality where I'm in her flock or whatever, and like if I'm gonna eat, she needs to also eat. And if I'm gonna eat and she doesn't get to eat when I'm eating, there's gonna be some fucking drama, because it doesn't work that way. It'd be like, you know, if you come home from work and your family's there and you just sit down to eat, and none of them they're all hungry, but you only brought food for yourself, right? That's, I think, how Chauncey feels. It's Houdini. Is Houdini your bird? Hey, Ali, that's what I actually tell Amanda when I'm bringing food in my room. Because a lot of the food that I eat, I will share with her. And I'll be like, oh, I got to make sure to set aside some alpha share for Chauncey. And so I'll do that. Like, whatever I'm eating, if it's something that I can easily feed her that I know she'll like, I'll take a little bit out of whatever I'm eating and just sort of like set it aside on a napkin, like a piece of chicken or whatever. And then I'll give her a little bit of it. And if she likes it, then I'll drop it in her dish and she'll run over and eat it. And then a lot of times what happens is, after she's done eating it and I'm still eating, she'll start screaming at me again. So I gotta have a little more. But that's sort of like the thing with alpha share, because if she doesn't get her, but I think honestly, I think she actually considers me the alpha, if there's going to be an alpha, because often if I drop something in her dish, she'll wait for me to come and sit back down, and once I start eating again, then she'll eat what I dropped in her dish. It's fucking crazy, the weird social habits. Like, there's a lot of really kind of complex social cues happening with something that's got a brain the size of a peanut, right? It's crazy. No, see, I can't share Huel with Chauncey. Any kind of a soup or a smoothie, there's no sharing. But she'll tell I'll be having Huel, and she can tell that I'm consuming something. Huel's my morning smoothie that I have. And then she'll get pissed off. Why? Like, what are you eating? Where's mine? So that's where the cashews come in. It's like, I can't go in there and have my jar filled with Huel and be like, here, I'm just going to tilt this on your face and you drink it, Chauncey. It's not going to work. Or if I tilt it just enough so she can get in there, it's still not going to work. Because that's not the kind of shit she goes for. Dinosaurs eat dinosaurs. Well, yeah, that's like I give Chauncey likes chicken. Chauncey's a bird, chickens are a bird. They're both dinosaurs. Birds are descended from dinosaurs. I always feel a little bit guilty when I feed Chauncey chicken eggs, or if I feed Chauncey chicken, because it feels a little bit cannibalistic. Like, if she understood intellectually, which her little peanut-sized brain won't know, but if she understood intellectually what she was eating, would she be horrified? Or is it just like, we eat cows, and cows are mammals, and we're not like, oh god, we can't eat that, it's a mammal, just like me. Just give her a little thimble of Huel. No, my brain is stone. No, I'm talking about my bird. She's stone. Don't misunderstand me. My brain is much larger than a peanut. I mean, a cosmic scale, it's not much different, but in terms of like an actual, like, you know, my brain versus Chauncey's brain, we could fit a great many Chauncey brains into my brain. Not that I'd ever want to do that, because that'd be fucking weird. We'd probably both die, but, you know. Feed her dinosaur-shaped chicken nuggets. At least a golf ball. No, I think anatomically, it's not. We have humans. You could tell by the size. Unless my whole head is the size of like a tangerine or something. It's just to scale it doesn't work. Stuff. You gotta be realistic. Be realistic about your insults, man. Because my brain, I know, is bigger than that. You'll eat anything that anything that won't eat you first. I saw an owl yesterday on my. I go and we have these like forest trails near my house, and one thing I've been trying to do, aside from not just doing Beat Saber for exercise all the time, because I realize I'll go for a walk, and the muscles used for walking are still out of shape as shit. I'm like, God, I feel like I've built up all this like cardio and all this, like I'm a lot more fit than I was, and then I go for a walk and it kicks my ass. It's because the muscles that I use to go for a walk aren't the ones that I'm developing. So I've been trying to work just getting some like walking and stuff in. And so a lot of times I'll end up going to these forest trails that are like not too far from my house. I like close enough to walk to. And yesterday when I walked, I saw 2 deer and an owl. And the owl was like right on the trail. There's a tree like within 6 inches of the trail. And the owl was sitting like on where the trunk split, and the owl was clinging to the trunk at about eye level, 2 feet away from the trail. Like normally I've seen owls before, but it's like, hey, look, 40 feet up in that tree, there's an owl. This owl was right there. Well, I'm not gonna share the owl. I was like, I'll show you guys the picture. I took a picture of it. I'm already committed to this course at this point. I'm gonna do it. Owl. Actual size. Okay. Now, I should change this so that when I leave the screen...
Hey, Hunter.
I have it set so when I leave the screen, the audio turns off. But that's very jarring when I'm trying to stream and do something on the other. Alright. Now let me get that owl picture for you guys. Basically, to get it from my phone to my computer, I gotta email it to myself. All right, I'll call this Owl. Oh god, it's taking up the whole goddamn screen. Here, let's put the owl behind the camera. So at least if the owl is there... Yeah, look at that. Can you see it? It looks like it's totally camouflaged with the tree and the bark. But, and the thing is too, is there were a bunch of people that were stopped and trying to be, they're like, shh, there's an owl. Like everyone was stopping and taking pictures of it. And it was turned the other direction. And after about 3 minutes, I'm like, well, fuck it, I need to walk that way to get home. I was coming back from like having walked into the forest. I was coming back. And everyone was stopped looking at this owl. And so I was like, okay, I'm just going to keep going down the trail. So I was walking trying to walk quietly past where it was in the trail. And it turned and it looked right at me. And then I stopped, and that's when I took this picture. That's when because its head had been facing the other direction. So the reason it's looking at me is because it turned to see me. Let me see if you could see the actual zoomed out picture. So yeah, now you're seeing the complete. This is the whole picture. But this is the owl sitting in the tree, which was pretty cool. I'm going to say, it was really cool. I've never seen an owl in that setting that close up before. It is a great example of how they hide. Like, honestly, you see the coloring of the bark and the trees and everything there. Like, that owl might have been there because I walked in past those trees on my way in. And that owl could have been there 6 feet from me, and I would have had no idea if someone else hadn't pointed it out to me. I wasn't wearing my hat. I only found the hat today, Maxie. It totally looks like it's part of the tree, doesn't it? You have a barn owl living near the house? Oh, you see them all the time. There are owls around here, but I've never... Honestly, it's the first time in my life I've seen one this close without being like at a zoo or something. I'm trying to think, have I seen owls at a zoo? I know I've seen giant birds. I've probably seen owls at a zoo before. But this thing was like really close. Like, I don't know if it was still, because they're nocturnal, right? So they sleep during the day. So I think it was on this tree sleeping and just minding its own business. But what a weird place. I mean, this is, a lot of people walk on this trail. So I wonder if it just was like that confident that no one would bother it, or if it was sick. I'm a little worried about why it was so close, not giving a shit to people being there. But yeah, that's the owl that I saw on my walk yesterday. Pretty cool. Get a close up on his face. Those eyes too. That owl looks like he's thinking some deep thoughts. That's why they're like owls are like wise, the wise old owl. That eye, those eyes, they look like there's some deep thoughts going on in there. They're not, but they just have the appearance of this very human, like old, wizened old person eyes. Maybe it's a day owl. That's true. No, the reason it looked is because I was walking by. Everyone was stopped. Like, oh shit, look, there's an owl, and they're all taking their pictures. And this was like, you couldn't keep walking down the trail to get towards the exit without passing within, 4 feet of the thing. So everyone was stopped. No one wanted to scare it off. Also, an owl, if it wanted to, could fuck you up too. So probably there's the dual purpose. You don't want to scare the owl. You also don't want the owl to fuck you up. But then after a few minutes, I'm like, I still need to get home. I can't sit here and just never walk past the owl because I'm afraid to scare it. Someone's got to go past the fucking thing. So as I was walking past it, it turned and it looked right at me. I was like, oh shit, I thought maybe it was sleeping. Like, nope, it knows what's up. Yeah, it was pretty awesome. It's a Chinese animatronic spy owl. Maybe. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Yeah, probably Maxie's right. A Chinese owl balloon? Alright. So yeah, that's the owl. That's the owl that I saw. Now you've all seen the owl too. Let me see. I also saw a bunch of ducks, but that's not as exciting. When I was leaving for my walk, my wife just randomly called out, I hope you see lots of ducks. Okay. And so as I was walking back home, there's this field that's normally like a big open field, but it's been raining, so it was like it was almost like a pond. And there were about 100 ducks chilling out in this field, like around where this pond had formed. So I took another picture of like a whole bunch of ducks. And then I sent it to my wife in a text, and I was like, "You were right. Here are the ducks." I hope you see my wife from now on is gonna be like, I hope you see lots of owls. Hey, Wendy, I was just talking earlier about I'm trying a different meal delivery service this week. That really good. Cook Unity. If you, I've been getting bombarded with ads for Cook Unity. Factor is definitely it's good, and it's definitely a lot healthier. Cook Unity is not coming at you from the everything we do is healthy angle. They're coming at you with, we have professional chefs that are going to cook some delicious shit and then send it to you. But some of those meals get up to 1,200 calories. It's about the same price. It's a little bit cheaper. It's a little bit cheaper than Factor. But you definitely got to be careful about what you're ordering, because if you're not paying attention to the nutritional information, you're going to end up getting fucking fat eating their food. But they just got shit like, because Factor's got a lot of the same stuff going on. A lot of it, the standard Factor, it's not all this, but like 75% of Factor is their standard chicken breast in some kind of a sauce or with like mashed potatoes and a vegetable like broccoli or green beans. Which, it's all really good, so I'll eat the shit out of it. Don't get me wrong, I love Factor, but then I ordered this shit, and it's like, hey, it's Korean barbecue. It's Korean barbecue with rice and all these different like veggie sides. And I lived in Koreatown for 15 years. I know what the real shit's like. And then they feature the chefs. Like, they actually feature the chef whose like recipe that it is for each meal that you get. And this chef is like, it's a lady with a Korean name. And I'm like, oh, this lady knows her shit. Because I ordered this Korean barbecue and I got it. And when I lived in Koreatown, I was obsessed with Korean barbecue. I tried different Korean barbecue places around there. There's some that were better than others. And this shit that they delivered in this box to my front desk, not front desk, to my front door, was held its own with what I used to get at the Korean barbecue restaurant. I mean, obviously, it's like heating up leftovers a little bit, because it's never going to be as fresh as going into a Korean barbecue restaurant and having it like sizzle fried right in front of you. But herb crusted chicken. I like the herb crusted chicken. That's one of my favorites. There's a few different chicken ones that I really like. There's a honey mustard chicken. There's the sun-dried tomato sauce chicken. It's delicious as shit. I love all that stuff, but it's lean. The meals are a little bit lean, and like I say, the Factor meals sort of they vary between like 500 to 800 calories, but they tend to hover around the 600, like 6 to 650 is about probably the average overall. If you're not paying attention, you're probably going to say, if you average everything you got from Factor, you're probably looking around 625 calories per meal. The chicken Taco Bell is pretty good. They have some beef ones. They have some pork ones. They have some vegetarian ones. So you can get some variety if you're looking for it. Like, what I really like from Factor is some of the ones they have, like the braised beef. It's like a shredded roast beef type of thing that they have like seasoned with other stuff, and it can be fucking amazing. But it seems like the base formula for most of the Factor meals are, there's this very like samey chicken breast that they have in some kind of a sauce with a vegetable, or a chicken breast with some sort of a variation of mashed potatoes. Usually it's based on like cauliflower or something. It's still delicious as fuck. Everything that they do, I have not had a single Factor meal that I've eaten and gone, oh, I don't really like this one. Everyone that I've eaten, I thought was pretty fucking incredible. But it wasn't the same as having this Korean barbecue delivered to me. And I forget what I had, like a chicken tikka masala that was super good. Like the rice was super creamy and it was real rice. Like Factor, sometimes they have real rice, but normally they're subbing other things in to be the mashed potatoes or to be whatever. And they do a good job of it. That's the thing I love about Factor is I know when I'm eating Factor, I'm eating healthy as shit. Even if it tastes delicious and like I'm eating something that's not good for me, it is. And that's one of the things I love about Factor. Why I'm probably going to go, it's not like I'm done with Factor. But I've been trying this other meal, this Cook Unity, and holy shit, it's really good. But you gotta be careful about what you're ordering. You fuck up your diet real quick if you're not paying attention. It's getting old a bit, and I've been doing it since January, And I still like every single meal, but yeah, I mean, I handpicked the meals myself from Factor for the past several weeks, and I'm always trying to look for things so that not every meal is chicken and something else. Like, I need to mix it up. I get some fish, I get some shrimp, get some other stuff. Barbecue shrimp, lemon shrimp, grilled shrimp, shrimp kebab, shrimp gumbo. There's about 1,000 different kinds of shrimp. You don't really get anything other than chicken, which is funny. You got one pork. I got the pork chop once, and I didn't think the pork chop worked well in translation, like reheating. Because all this stuff, I mean, they cook it fresh. They never freeze it. But certain things do well being reheated better than others. And it seems like their chicken breast drenched in creamy sauces does really well upon reheating. And the pork chop wasn't bad, but it just was like, it was just tougher. Like, I just wasn't, so I only got the tried pork chop once. Your favorite meal that your hubby makes is chicken tikka masala? Yeah, this stuff was pretty good. I'm trying to think of what, I had something else too, and it was just like super creamy. It was so creamy, and like, you could tell it was like oily, creamy, delicious, rich, super delicious sauce, drenched like with pasta and some kind of a meat, and I can't remember what the meal was. This is from Cook Unity, but it was rich enough that like by dinner time I couldn't have had another meal like that. Like, I needed to have something leaner, so I still had some Factor meals left over, so I had something that was lean ground beef, or no, what was it, chorizo? The Factor does like a chorizo with like a sweet potato mash and green beans. And I don't normally I'm not a huge sweet potato fan, but when you have something that's like a really like salty, spicy chorizo mixed with like a sweet potato, like next to a sweet potato mash, that's the thing that I like about Factor, is they'll find ways to combine foods together in ways like I never would have thought, like, oh, for what I'm going to have for dinner, I'll have chorizo and sweet potatoes. It never would have crossed my mind to combine those two things. And normally I don't go out of my way for sweet potatoes. But you give me some lean ground up chorizo and put a pile of it next to a big lump of sweet potatoes and chorizo, holy shit. It's like those things work together. The sweet and the salty, baby. Yeah, I got your reference, Maxie. Yeah, of course I did. You ever want to be a shrimping boat captain, Maxie? You need to handpick because you feel like they're just sending us stuff nobody else wants. I've been handpicking almost from the beginning. Yeah, I've handpicked from the beginning. But at first I was very deferential to whatever they were going to send me. But specifically it's because I was getting over it being too much like, hey, I just got 10 meals for the week, and 8 of them were the same chicken patty with a sauce and green beans, or with broccoli on the side, which is good, but it's like, let's mix it up a little bit, right? So that's why when these other meals come and I'm getting Korean barbecue that's like the Korean barbecue that I used to get in Koreatown in LA, with all like the fixins that come with it, that's not a generic chicken breast with a sauce and some broccoli, for fuck's sake. That's like fucking Korean barbecue, baby. And they did a good job with it too. So I'm experimenting with that right now. You're a huge sweet potato person? Okay. Your hubby used heavy whipping cream with tikka masala? Yeah, get that nice, and that's what I liked about the chicken tikka masala, was like, it was super rich. That sauce was super rich and creamy, and I could just tell that it was like super fatty. I mean, the overall meal wasn't, I think the meal was 700 calories, which is not a crazy amount for a meal to be. They just got the right amount of, like, a good amount of food and a good amount of that like, oh shit, this is the good stuff right here. Whereas, and you get that, like, the Factor does, the sauces and stuff they have in there are really good. Like, you're not getting cheated where you're getting like crappy diet food, but it's just like, it does become kind of samey. It's the same, it's a lot of variations on the same formula. Oh, sodium content? Well, honestly, for Factor, though, like, yeah, it's not like they could tout as being low sodium. But compared to if you're going to go to a restaurant or get fast food or a lot of the stuff that we eat, if you pay attention to, like, the sodium content, the sodium content in Factor meals is pretty reasonable compared to what you could be doing. Oh, Wendy's getting out of here. All right, you got to work in the morning. Okay, good night, Wendy. That's right, Matus. The Under Armour hat I was saying earlier was MIA for about 2 months. And it so happens I specifically wanted to find it because I need a haircut. Let's get to that point where I'd rather cover it up. And it just so happened that the last time I wore the hat is when we went out of town for a weekend to visit my mother-in-law, and I knew we'd be running errands on the Saturday, so I was like, oh, I'll get my haircut while we're running errands. So I brought the hat to cover my hair because I needed a haircut, and then I got the haircut, and then I guess I threw the hat like in the trunk. We have sort of like an SUV type car, so I threw it in the trunk where there's just a bunch of other shit, and forgot that it was back there when I unloaded the car for the weekend, like brought my suitcase in and stuff. I forgot that it was just loose in the middle of like trunk stuff. So I haven't known where my Under Armour hat was. I suspect that it might have been in the car, but anytime I've been near the car, I didn't think of it to look. But today, I specifically was like, asking my wife if she had seen my Under Armour hat, because I hadn't seen it in a while, and I thought it might be in the car. She's like, yeah, it's in the trunk. So, well, it was yesterday is when I retrieved the hat. When I was coming back from my walk, I went to the car and got my hat. And now I got my Under Armour hat, guys. I know you guys have missed it. The Cadorsa Grey wears Over Armour. You feel old every time you see that original name of yours? Elemental Huntress? Why would that make you feel old? Wait, Evie... Oh, wait, okay. I saw Night Evie. I was like, wait, did Evie go too? But I was like, no, it was Lady Wendy who's leaving. How you doing, Matus? All right. So tonight been a little bit unusual. I was so tired because I didn't get enough sleep last night that I almost canceled my stream. I crashed hard after work. And I slept for about an hour and a half. And when I woke up, I set my alarm to wake up in a time that would be enough for me to kind of wake up and get stream set up. And I was so tired. And when I'm tired like that, the idea of people trying to talk to me sounds irritating. Because I'm an introvert. I've said this to a lot of you guys. I'm an introvert. So it doesn't mean I don't like people, but if I don't have energy, I don't want to deal with people. I just want to be quiet. I don't want people to try to talk to me. And actually, it's funny because I think a lot of streamers are introverts. People that socialize in this capacity. A lot of them are like people that are in real life very shy. I wouldn't say that I'm super shy in real life, but I can definitely be. And I definitely need a lot of alone time. It's okay to admit you don't like people. Well, honestly, like, I just thought, like, if just the whole way that communication works in a chat, when I'm tired, like people coming in and saying, hey, lawyer, how are you doing? And thinking like, oh, it'd be pissed me off if a bunch of people came in and asked me how I was doing right now. And it's not like, it's nice someone comes in and asks you how you're doing, like they care about you, right? But when I'm tired and don't want to talk to anybody, the idea of like, a bunch of people are going to come in, a bunch of them are just they're going to ask me over and over again, how am I doing? And I don't want to waste, it's like, I don't want to talk to them. I just get pissed off. But then I was laying there, I do it fine, Maxie. The thing is, when you're in a good mood, that's what I learned over the years as an introvert, is because when I wasn't used to conversing with people very, very much, and I was sort of learning more about how to be a normal social person, if someone asked me how I was doing, I would try to give them like a full assessment. And sometimes I still do that, right? Like we're talking and I'll be like, oh, how's my week going? I'll tell you guys a whole bunch of shit that's going on. But in general, if someone just like, hey, Ryan, what's up? How you doing? There could be a lot of shit going on in my life. right then. But my answer is going to be, I'm doing great. How are you? And they'll go, I'm doing great. And then you talk about something, and then you move on and go on with your day. Where it used to be like, someone asks, how are you doing? I'm like, well, I don't want to be dishonest. So I'll be like, well, my dad died. It's like, what? Okay. You don't need to bring up whatever's going on in your life. My girlfriend cheated on me yesterday. Whatever happened. Just because somebody extends the courtesy of asking how you're doing, it's not that you're not obligated to provide an accurate accounting for like what's going on in your life right now. Sometimes it's just a formality. It's like saying, hi, how you doing? Oh, I'm fine. How are you? Oh, I'm fine too. It's like that you're done. It's not like, well, you know what? I worked a lot this week and I felt a little burnt out on my work this week. And, I talked to my supervisor. It's like, well, when I asked you how you were doing, I didn't anticipate this fucking conversation that we're having right now. I was just being polite. So a lot of these conversations you have, that's what it is. But even still, when I don't want to talk to anybody, the idea of like, oh, they're gonna come in, they're gonna ask me how I'm doing, but I don't feel like talking at all. Then yeah, it's like, that's why I considered when I cancel streams, it's usually because I'm that tired. Where the idea of interacting socially and people prompting me to say things, I'm just like, I'm just gonna want them to leave me the fuck alone. I just want to play a game and be quiet. My wife, I'm looking back at the chat now. Yeah, no, Amanda knew exactly. She's like, yeah, it's in the trunk. No, my wife is the official knower of where shit is in our house. And a lot of times it's stuff where I put it there and I forgot. And she knows that's where it is. It's been almost a decade. Well, you were Elemental Huntress in 2015, 2016. I guess it's closer to a decade than not a decade, huh? At this point. It's okay to admit you don't like people. I like people. I wouldn't be doing this every Thursday night without fail, right, Brad? After almost 8 years, if I didn't like people. But yeah, so it's like I acknowledge that I'm never going to be someone that's like, I don't give a shit. I don't need people in my life. I could be solo or whatever. I acknowledge that I like people and I need to have social contact with people in various forms. And it can be like on the internet, and I don't need to be going out with friends all the time or whatever. But like I socialize at work. I socialize with you guys. I talk to my wife all the time. I play my D&D group online. And it's like, so I feel like my life involves a lot of socialization, even though a lot of it at this point is because of the way the world is it's online, but it's still social, right? Remember, say my name. Yeah. Like, shout me out. Shout me out. Say my name. Say my name. Oh, the good old times. That's when you get a dojo raid or a kingdom raid. And 100 people would flood in. And then some of them be cool, like Nick and Joss, some of you people I met through those raids. But then there'd be a lot of little squeakers coming in. Say my name, shout me out, shout me out. And Evie, you say I'm good and move on. Yeah, I mean, and it depends on who it is and what's going on. So I mean, there's people that I consider like good friends that I would share all this extra shit with, but it's like, unless we're gonna sit down and really talk, like if they go on to say, well, tell me what's been going on in your life, how is everything going, whatever happened with your job, whatever, then you get into the shit, right? But you don't take that prompt of like, hi, how are you, to be like, well, they have requested an unburdening of my soul, so I shall now unload upon them. And I used to be kind of like that. I used to be like that when I was working at the customer service, like I used to do that at the cash register when regular customers would come in, and they'd be like, hey, how you doing? And I'd be ringing them up for like 5 minutes or whatever, and I'd be like, can't believe my fucking girlfriend cheated on me. or I failed. My professor yelled at me, or whatever. Whatever happened. I was in college at the time. Whatever was going on, I didn't do it to everybody that came in, but there were customers that would come into the stores where I worked that were regulars, and when they asked me how, just politely, "Hi, how are you doing?" while I'm ringing them up, and there are people too. Like these are people that I end up a lot of times actually having real conversations with randomly. So they weren't like strangers, but yeah, there's definitely, there are definitely times I look back where I'm like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have been, they probably were not anticipating or wanting that level of engagement when they asked the guy that's ringing them up at the grocery store, how you doing? I got the clap last week, exactly. Yeah, they don't even know that. Yeah, I've been getting this burning sensation, but you think, I mean, there was I hired a whore in Tijuana last week, and I put the condom on, but we messed around a little bit first. Do you think, like, can you get chlamydia from, whatever? It's like asking, like, the different ways, like, I could get chlamydia before I put the condom on. This is completely, this is not, like, a thing that, I'm not telling a thing that actually happened. Just so, this for the record, I did used to go to TJ, and I did come across ladies of the night on occasion in various stories, but I never hired, not that I judge people, I have friends that did, and so some part of me was always like, well, one of these days maybe I'll try doing that. Never did. But yeah, so I should have kept it holstered. Yeah. Sure. Wait, you know what? Yeah, there's a part of me that was like, yeah, I'm kind of interested to try it, like, whatever, because you could just go down to TJ and there were just places you can go. And from my reputation, what my friend said, when you go in there, it wasn't like you were walking into like a Miss Universe contest type of, like, in terms of the people that were in there. But it's like, okay, I honestly, knowing the way that I was in my 20s, I don't know why I never did it. Because I wasn't morally opposed to the idea. There was always part of me that felt a little bit uncomfortable about having, like, that kind of sexual contact with somebody that, like, it flat out didn't mean shit at all. There was some part of me that felt a little weird about that idea. But I didn't have it as a matter of principle. They're like, oh, that's wrong to do that. So, yeah, there is some part of me surprised I never gave it a shot, but I never did. I have friends did, and I thought, maybe I'll do that someday, and it never came close. I never went down. Oh wait, no, one time, I was talking about making bad decisions when I'm drunk. There was one time where I got really drunk, and I was by myself, like, I get split up from my friends, and there was a dude who was acting like he was a pimp that could hook me up with girls. That convinced me it convinced me to do it. And so we went to an ATM and I got a bunch of money out and I gave it to him. And then we went back to this club and he's like, hey, sit here. I'm going to hook you up. And then he walked off and never came back. And I was like, I think you that son of a bitch $150, dude. So that is the closest that I ever came. That there was one time where under dubious circumstances, I did accept someone who purported to who purported to be in a position to hook me up with that kind of a scenario. So, yeah, I can't claim that I'm squeaky clean, but it never happened. And well, basically, okay, the reason it ended up being so much money, because I don't think if you actually went to an actual establishment there in Tijuana, it wouldn't have cost that much. It might have been, I think it was more like $200. But I think what it was is, you go down to the ATMs down in Mexico, and they give things in pesos. And I had no idea what the exchange rate was. I had no idea what a peso was worth. And so I asked him, how much do I need to take out? And I let him push the buttons for how much to withdraw in pesos. And I think he told me it was like $40 or something. I mean, the dude fucking ripped me off. The dude was a scam artist, right? I didn't know this at the time. He seemed like a nice guy. He wore glasses. He seemed clean cut. I was like, this dude, I'd seen him around before. He would hang around while you're waiting in line to get into clubs. This dude would walk up and down to people waiting in line, and very, very like politely and seeming like very legit and sincere offer to hook you up with like illegal shit. Like whether it was like he tried to give the idea why it's worth paying for a hooker. It's like, hey, you don't have to take them out to dinner. You don't have to do this. You just do that, and there's no whatever. You could drop $40, and dude seemed totally reasonable. Man, he had a good sales pitch. Though maybe if I weren't as drunk as I was, maybe he would have done it legit. I don't know. But then he realized, like, hey, this dude, this guy just offered to let me clean out his bank account and just give it to me. And if I take the money and just leave him alone in some club, he's probably just gonna fall asleep. Like, you don't know what happened. He'll wake up in the morning and not even remember what the fuck happened. He wore glasses. He had like this button up. He was very clean cut, button up. Like he wasn't like someone where you're like, oh, this is like this pimp, like this drug dealer pimp dude. He's just like button up, collared shirt, very clean cut, great, nice, clean shaven, short hair. Dude looked like he was like he worked at an accounting firm or something. Very like handsome, charismatic. He looked like someone that would be like in a magazine, like as a dude that, you know, dude that, I don't know. Just seemed like a super clean cut, above board, trustworthy dude. Yeah, just like a guy you'd hire as a lawyer. The glasses were a big thing. Very good judge of character you were back then. Yeah, I don't know, for some reason, like, the way it came off with this guy is it just made him seem like, you know, just like, hey, this dude just seems like this is like a straight up, sincere, like a guy that's not going to fuck you over. I guess this dude's got some integrity. Criminals don't wear glasses. Well, I learned later that's not true. But, because I knew, look, I had a friend who ended up later, I had to cut ties with him, but ended up being a meth dealer. That fucker wore glasses. That dude is one of the most fucked up people I ever knew. But, yeah, been like, oh well, he wears glasses, so, yeah, you can trust him. I push up my glasses. If they don't look like a Times Square sign, they aren't a pimp. There you go, son. Yeah, you get it. Oh, I wasn't a law student back then. I would have been in college at that point. I was probably in community college. There was nothing very impressive about me at that point in terms of that. Like, hey, I'm this. Although I did have a friend that was in a frat that convinced me that I should tell, like when I was talking to girls, that I could tell them that I was in his frat with him, that he would back me up. But I'm terrible at that shit. I think I tried the I'm in a frat story one time. And I've been drinking, and I told these girls, yeah, I'm with this, I listed a particular frat that my friend was in. And they're like, oh, cool. And then we're talking for a couple minutes, and this girl was like, oh, I go to such and such community college. And it was the same one that I went to in real life, where there are no frats. And I was like, oh shit, I go there too. And then she's like, wait, I thought you said you were in Kappa Dappa Thigh or whatever frat you said you were in. And I was like, whoops. Oh, and then I tried to backpedal. I was like, oh, no, I said I'm here with people from that frat tonight, but I'm not in the frat. And they're like, yeah, we're done talking to you now. These girls, that was like, and that was the only time I ever like tried to lie about my stat. Okay, there was one other. Okay, hold on, but there wasn't my lie. I had a coworker, and when I worked at the grocery store, he was the stock person, like the warehouse guy that would restock the shelves. But he was this black guy. He looked fairly athletic, very handsome, looked like kind of stocky build, good shape. And we were going, him and I and a few other people from work went to a club after work one night. And on the way there, he's like, okay, I want to tell people that I'm on, I forget what football team it was at the time in LA. But he's like, I want to tell them that I'm on the football team, but I'm going to tell them that I'm like some third run, like basically a bench warmer. Like I'm someone that like, even if they followed the team, they wouldn't know. Like I'm so obscure. And he's like, and I want you to back me up and say that you're my manager or my agent or whatever it was that sports people have. You know how fucking little I know about this shit, right? And so my whole job was just to be there so that he could say, yeah, I'm the third string defensive linebacker for such and such, and this is my manager. And then I'd go, yep, I'm his manager, and what he said about himself is true. But I didn't fuck that one up, because all that happened was, I think we talked to a little group of people. He tried to do his thing about him being a football player. Yeah, this is my manager. And a girl said something about, like, asked me something about it, and I was like, I said, honestly, like, I'm here to relax. I don't want to talk about my job. And they're like, okay, that's cool. So I was like, okay, so that's how you do it, right? And then you don't go 5 minutes later and she goes, oh yeah, I work at a grocery store. And I go, oh fuck, me too. I'm a shift manager at a grocery store with him. And then it's like you totally blew your fucking cover. Slippin' Jimmy. Yeah, my role was the guy who said, yep. I'm pretty sure, no, I didn't. Now, we left and I don't think he succeeded at all telling his story. And then me completely blowing the story off, I wandered off and I met a girl and I got her number and we hooked up like several times after that. So like, I didn't tell her any bullshit stories. I was like, yeah, I'm a shift manager at this little grocery store by my college. That's what I do. Of course, at that point, I was at UCLA. People found that impressive. So I'd be like, what do you do? I go to UCLA. Yeah, that did buy me. There's some people got pretty excited about that. Never mind. So I had some hung. At that point, I wasn't at the community college anymore. So I did have something that I could brag about. It just wasn't that I was a sports agent. Slap a cat. You slap a clap a thigh. Yeah. I just realized that's basically like what I said. I didn't want to actually say the frat's name because I don't know, if for some reason or whatever this person ever saw my stream, they probably wouldn't want me calling that out, but I go to UCLA and I'm a future YouTube star. I bring up the fact that I have a YouTube channel, but I don't brag about it because honestly, most of the time I don't want people, like when I'm at work and stuff, I don't want those people to come here. Like I don't want my boss at work to come at my stream because then I'd feel weird. So the people that I work with know that it's not like I hide it. Like I'm pretty transparent. Like they know I'm a big geek and they know the shit that I'm into. As far as I know, one of my coworkers said he did come to one of my streams, but he didn't chat. He just came in and hung out for a minute and was like, yeah, it felt weird. Like I felt weird to ask you. Cause it's weird because I'm in sort of like a peer leadership position on my team with the other attorneys. So it's probably weird for them to come in here and see the way that like I am here, which it's all me. I'm not faking who I am anywhere, but when you're in there's different sides of you that you are at different places in different contexts. And the way that I am there is not the same way that I am here, even though I could be as goofy as fuck there too. It's just not the same. So I tell everyone that I know Norris, yeah, good old Norris the Gray. I didn't have my lying class in law school. I'm just catching up with some of this shit that was happening that you guys are saying. I know Walter White, confirmed. Yeah, the methy guy. I probably brought that guy up before because you guys all know that I had my one experiment one time when I was in TJ where I tried meth and it scared the shit out of me and I never wanted to experiment with drugs again. That was my one real experiment with any kind of like hard drug. I didn't even know what the shit did, but it scared the shit out of me. And then come along 2 years later, my dumbass friend that I've known since like elementary school starts getting into meth, and he was like me. He was always a little bit overweight. And so he, like, when we were like 17, 18, we both actually got in really good shape at the same time. And so we sort of had this thing in common of us being overweight people. When we turned 18, we got in shape, like exercised and got in shape. And so a couple years later, that's when he comes to me talk about how he's discovered this great way to keep lean, and it's called Crystal. It's dumbass. He was like, oh yeah. He was like literally stupid. Like the guy is like Forrest Gump level stupid. Oh yeah, man, it's called Crystal. It's all pure, it's all natural, like straight from the earth. And I'm like, you dipshit. That's like, there's nothing less natural than crystal meth, dude. It's not, there's nothing about it that comes straight from the earth. It's all like chemicals made into chemicals and boiled down and distilled into other chemicals, then crushed into something that you put in your nose, dude. It's not like it came out of a plant and somebody dried it and now you have this pure like nature happening. And also, just because something is natural doesn't mean it's good. Snake venom is natural. Poison ivy and poison oak are natural. It's like, hey, look, it's just a poison ivy rub. It's 100% natural. It's like, dude. So I do not accept the premise of your argument. But the whole thing about him trying to sell me is like, oh, this stuff called Crystal is a great diet supplement. And it's 100% natural. It's like, dude, you need to shut your fucking mouth because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Look at a local meth head. It looks so organic. So, and that's what I learned too. Like when I started seeing, I had to stop hanging out with him because his whole life became about meth. And I wouldn't see him, like he sort of fell out of our social circles. And then, like the last time I tried to hang out with him, because I heard like his parents were worried about him, and they were upset that like he wasn't in touch with his old friends. So I think his mom actually called me and was like, "Hey, do you think you could just take him out and just try to, like they grounded him? Like he was like 20 years old, but he lived with his parents and they grounded him because they were mad at him about him doing drugs. It's fucked up, like." So I'm like, yeah, I'll take him. I'll take him. We'll go out and I'll keep him out of trouble, whatever. But I couldn't control his ass. He would just be like, hey, yeah, let's get some people together and we can hang out and like have a party or something. And I'm like, it's not going to be drugs, right? Remember, I don't want to have anything to do with any of the fucking meth stuff. He's like, oh, no, man, no. And then he'd be like, hey, can you stop here? And we'd go to some apartment complex. He's just like, just wait out here in the car. There's some cool chicks in here. I'm going to see if they want to go out later. And then I actually, like, I think I went into one. He kept stopping, and I think he was just going places trying to see if people had met. I'm pretty sure that's what he's doing. The one people that I did meet, it was like this woman who was like in her mid 40s, who just like the no teeth, like completely like drug worn, wrinkled, haggard face, like that when you see the after picture of people who were meth heads, this was that person. And I was like, oh, okay, I see what's going on here. These aren't like people that we used to hang out with that you're trying to get together to hang. Because we used to have like a common circle of people, and they were all people like 19, 20. They were cool. They weren't all fucked up on meth. And so he knew a lot of people. So I thought it was like those people. And it was like, nope, this is like 100% pure meth head territory he was into now. So yeah, after we stopped at a couple places, I took him back to his house. And I think that's the last time I ever saw him. After that, I was just like, nope, I'm not hanging out with him anymore. There's no, especially when the whole deal is like absolutely nothing, no meth shit, right? We're going to hang out, but no meth shit. Oh yeah, I promise, 100%, swear to God, blah, blah, blah. And then immediately we're going to like meth heads' houses. She was the poster woman for meth. Yeah. Make my son an upstanding citizen. Well, see, that's the thing is this is someone that he was in this little clique of us that we knew each other for many years since we were kids. And so they knew us. And also at that point, like I was in college. I think I might have been had started UCLA at that point. And so there were a lot of parents there. She wasn't the only one. There were a lot of parents that, their kids get into adulthood and they feel kind of aimless. And they would look at me and go, oh, there's a guy that like got his shit together and is like doing something. And so that wasn't, so I was like, my friends' parents that I grew up with who were having their kids be in that kind of aimless state that wanted their kids to get their shit together. I mean, the fact is I went to college and then I didn't have my shit together for the next 15 years, right? It's not like I was good at being a student, but I still, when push came to shove and I had to engage with the real world to get my shit together, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing either. I was like kind of not knowing I had a law degree, kind of not knowing what the fuck I was doing when you all met me. Yes, it's super appropriate for this game. That's true, but it's all part of that I played the game, but I also drank alcohol. I did play the game for about, how long would you guys say I played the game? 10 minutes? And then I had to show you my picture of the owl. Speaking of which, did you guys all see the picture of the owl? This is the owl that I saw. I don't know if anyone came in since I showed the picture of the owl. This is the owl that I saw when I was on my walk yesterday. It was right off of the trail. Here. Here's the owl, you guys. You see the unzoomed in photo of it so you can get an idea of how close I was to it. It was wrong. It was like this tree was growing about 6 inches from the trail I was walking on. And it was just chilling. This is at about head level. This owl was just chilling here. Whoo! 10 minutes generous. Build him an owlivator. Evie was going to be kind of give me 20 minutes. What's the cock knocker? But yeah, so this was my, I was trying to sneak by this owl. He turned, he looked me dead in the eye. Or she, I don't know. I didn't look close. I don't know if it's late. Could be a lady owl for all I know. But yeah, the owl, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna put the owl away. You can't imagine me in a Met circle? I wasn't in a Met circle. I had a friend that we were in like a normal circle of people, 19 to 20-year-olds, that got mixed up in meth, and then we talked about that for years, that he was the friend that kind of like we lost him. He went into this other world and we lost him. Oh, pipe cock. Well, of course. That cock knocker. Yeah, that's still my my donation notifier. Not that I spend much time soliciting donations these days, but all right. Let me see. Now I'm looking at the other pictures in here. You guys see the this is the picture of me when I was... This is how I looked when I hung out with the dude who was the meth guy. This is me when I was, well, I think I was 18. Or almost 18. This is me, you guys. This is 18-year-old G-Law right here. This is when I mentioned that there were 3 years when I was in shape as an adult. This is the start of those 3 years. So, yeah, really, it's like, you see it, right? No. It's like, is that the same guy? No, probably not. Breakfast Club alert. Well, yeah, I guess this would have been 1991 when this picture was taken. I think this is my senior picture. So probably, I turned 18 in the November of my senior year, so I can't... This would have been taken right around the time that I turned 18, but I think it was before. You think I look exactly the same? Thank you, I appreciate that. No. Evie's like, hey, you weren't even born yet. Yeah, this is a picture that was taken of me before Evie was born. First or second senior picture? They took like you go to a photo studio and they take like 30 pictures of you, and then you choose a few that you like for different frames. But I think this picture that I have here I think that was the official. Was that my yearbook picture, or was it that smaller one? The big picture up here, though, that's probably was my favorite picture of myself. But I think with that natural background, that was just something we put in frames. That wasn't. I think it was that smaller picture down here was what was actually put in the yearbook. You were already a father twice by anyone? Yeah, it's all relative, isn't it, Mine69? It's all relative. Who's done what by when? You're 49 in July? I'm 49 right now, Stone. That's why I'm getting all healthy and shit. I'm turning 50 this year. That's my wake-up call. When I turn 40, I quit smoking. When I'm turning 50, and my doctors keep saying, like, oh, you got high blood pressure. You got this. You got that. I'm like, this is a year I got to stop fucking around. So my blood pressure's got a lot better. And all my shit's getting better since I've been exercising and eating better. But yeah, that's been the big prompt, was just that realization. They say age is just a number, but that's not entirely true. Like, your body definitely stops putting up with bullshit. As the number of your age gets bigger, and you continue to treat your body like shit, that time does make a difference. So, yeah. I didn't give a health-wise, I wasn't worried about shit really in my 30s. Although the thing that did freak me out is when I was in my late 20s, when I worked as a security guard, one of the incidents that happened was there was like a fitness center at the workplace. We didn't use it, but for the regular non-contracted employees. And there was some dude, and I think he was 32, and he was using the exercise bike, and he had a heart attack and dropped dead on the exercise bike. And I was on duty when it happened, so I didn't have to deal directly with it. But that was something that I remember at the time was an impact, freaked me out a little bit, thinking oh shit, I'm a smoker and I eat like shit and whatever else, and that dude is not much older than I am. And that dude was actually trying to do the right thing, right? So that's something, obviously now it's 20 years later, more than 20 years later, and I still remember that, right? And I think I'm lucky. I have a propensity to be overweight. There's some genetic things that I've got that are not great, but I've been lucky in the sense that, my body let me smoke for 20 years. My body let me do all this bad shit without anything like that happening to me. But I don't think I can push my luck. I don't think I can push my luck much further. And so for me, seeing 50 coming on like that, it's the real, that's why to me it's a sign, yeah, I can't keep playing this fucking game. Playing chicken with a stroke or a heart attack or something like that. What? How old Mega Eevee is? Oh, is Eevee the youngest Eevee? I have a feeling Mega Eevee is significantly younger. I'm not Eevee, I'm not calling you old. But the sense that I get is that Mega Eevee is probably about half your age. Or younger. I could be wrong, though. He's going to be a very youthful 40-year-old. So, let me see, now that I'm sharing pictures. Remove. Here's a picture I like of my wife and I. This is about 10 years ago. It's kind of a cool picture, though. Like that one. I'm gonna get rid of it though. Okay, gone. There's a picture of my wife and I at Harry Potter land, acting goofy, doing like goofy selfies in front of the Hogwarts castle. Pretty good stuff. Have any other fun pictures in here? This is what happens when I have a stream where I've been drinking. I'm not committed to playing the game. I'm not drunk, but I'm also just very much like not in my regular groove. Which my regular groove involves not playing the game a lot too. So, all right. So you guys have probably seen this picture. This is the picture that was the basis of the Golden G-Law. This is a Photoshop version of another picture that I like, though. I guess I'll keep this over here and show you the original pre-photo. And there was a picture of a wedding that Amanda and I went to. Which, at a certain point, I decided I wanted to use this as like just a picture of just me without outing Amanda. So I photoshopped it so it was just like, hey, here's just a picture of me in a tux. I think it looks cool. But yeah, so that was a big super fancy wedding like in Malibu that we went to. It was the fanciest wedding I've ever been to. My wife met someone, or it was one of her coworkers married this guy who was like this guy that came from England and was fantastically wealthy, and they had this amazing wedding. I look like Sal from, yeah, you know what? I can see that a little bit. I behaved myself in Malibu. Although they did say it was black tie optional, and I was the only person that showed up in a tux. And I think they actually appreciated that. Like I think because we didn't know the husband at all, but it seemed like they were so impressed with the fact that I went out of my way to actually wear a tux to their wedding that they made some attempts to hang out with us later. We didn't click. Dude was like too high society fancy. That's actually just completely randomly though. I just found out yesterday that he like died last month. I can't get into like exactly what happened because I don't know them that well, but yeah, just so randomly I'm showing you guys this picture and it's just occurring to me like this is the fanciest wedding I ever went to, and the dude who got married in that wedding died last month. So it's a little sobering reality. All right, let's get rid of that. Still, I love that picture though of Amanda and I, and just me in the tux in general. All right, let me get that the hell out of here too. Let's see any other good pictures here. I don't take a lot of pictures of myself. Oh, here's a good one. This is a Christmas party. From like 1988. And I'm right there in the front. This is before I got in shape and when I used to have a mullet. So that's me right there in the middle. The lady up there is my mom up on the right. That dude that she's handling, I don't know what the hell is going on there. He was the boyfriend of the blonde girl that right next to him. So, and I guess my mom was screwing around doing something. No, I'm this guy with the mullet, Maxie. With my denim, it's sort of like a acid wash denim shirt jacket thing. And my mullet. The one in the sweater with the yellow triangle? No, I'm the one right here in the center, Nick. Look. This one, the only face that you can see on the screen right now. That's me. That's me with my, or as some of my friends call, one of the guys that I play D&D with. All the same D&D group that I play with now, from that I played with in high school. There's 5 of us all together. I think at a certain point, 4 of us had grown these mullets. And the one guy who didn't grow the mullets horribly made fun of us for having mullets. It's like he was ahead of his time in realizing that, like, mullets... Well, I guess mullets, are they popular again? Anyways, maybe they got popular again and then during the pandemic, and now they're not popular again. But, yeah, he called it my lion hippie mane. He's always like, how's your lion hippie mane going? Hippie? And I didn't have the mullet when I went to TJ, alright? When I went to TJ, I looked like the more clean-cut dude. And but by the time I went to TJ, grunge was in, so I would wear like a black, like a metal t-shirt with a flannel, like red flannel shirt over it. I looked like you didn't want to fuck with me when I went to TJ. I also looked like a poser, like a grunge poser, with the short hair and the grunge shirt, but you know, still. So yeah, this is my family. That up there, that making that silly ass face in the center, that's my dad. My dad was a goofball when he wasn't being a business mogul. He was a goofball. So yeah, that's him. That's my dad. Silly son of a bitch when he wasn't being like serious as fuck. And then the center, that's my brother. That's my dad's son from his first marriage. There's all this stuff you guys are just getting to see. There's my in the center there, that's my aunt. That girl there, that's my cousin. That guy on the right, that's my Uncle John. He's the one that he died later the same year. He's 10 years younger than my dad. He died the same year that my dad died. My dad died in February, and then he's the one, like, right before I moved. You guys remember it was like 2018 was the most fucked up year? So that's kind of sad. But yeah. And his kids. That's my cousin Jamie and Little John. There's a John Sr. and John. We call him Little John. At a certain point, he got upset that we called him Little John, so we started calling him John Medium. And then for a long time, we just called him Medium because it meant, like, not little. Shut up, Beavis. Yeah, we're having a good time. I think, my mom, the different people, my cousin was a little emo back then. I think she was going through some shit. I think she had like her first real boyfriend and they broke up. Or like her dad made them break up or something. Something was going on to do with her first real boyfriend not working out, and like she got so upset she was like borderline suicidal. I found out later. So she was going through a rough patch. Everyone else had a good time though. Except for her. She wasn't because of the boyfriend thing. Now I feel bad if she watched this now. Like, again, what if she watched this and she heard me saying this stuff about her? Like, she probably wouldn't want me sharing this much stuff about her. But, you know, whatever. You guys don't know what's up. She broke up again the boyfriend saw a picture of me with the mullet and was like, "You're blood related to that?" He's like, this is just not working out. Sorry. And they're like, "Oh, he came from that guy? Okay, I could see, and this dude doesn't have a mullet, but I could tell he's definitely got the kind of genetics that will result in having his son with this kind of goofy head." All right, this is enough. I've named this picture as this picture's called It's called Christmas Mullet. Is what is the actual name of the JPEG. No, I wasn't wearing shoulder pads. Although now that I think about it, it was the 80s. Shoulder pads were like built into a bunch of stuff. Let's see what we got. We got, this is the picture that I used as my work profile picture a while. This is a goofy ass picture of me, but I enjoy it. It makes me laugh. So, I actually, this was a screen cap of me at an actual Teams meeting at work. So you can tell that's kind of the thing I wear. And I actually use the, Teams lets you use custom backgrounds if you want to. So I use the OG Starship Enterprise bridge as my background. To this day, this picture was a couple years ago. So, like, when I was in these meetings today, and I'm presenting, like, QA statistics to leadership and to, like, the 40 people on my team, I am doing that like this, with the Starship Enterprise behind me, saying like, all right, we ran into some issues with the such and such that came up, and you know, we're like, whatever, but we've seen improvements in these areas. Talk about all the serious stuff, looking like this goofy motherfucker. You like this one? Yeah, I keep trying to update my picture now that I've been losing weight, but so far I keep thinking the pictures that I try to take of myself look kind of shitty. Let me see, selfies. But I'm like, I need to get a good picture of myself now that I'm actually losing some weight too. But when I try to take a picture of myself, I end up always thinking I'm looking like cringy. I had a guy like 10 years ago on Facebook, a friend that I'd known forever, was like, how come your pictures that you post, the selfies you post of yourself, you always look like some kind of like a sex offender? You look like you belong on a registry. I'm like, really? Yeah, you just look like creepy, dude. But this was a candid picture. I wasn't posing for I was not posing for a picture. Actually, I must have been, because I took the screen cap. Anyways, all right, let's get rid of this. Remove that. Here's my, this is a picture of me at Christmas. When I went to Disneyland before Christmas. On the left. Versus, this is me about a month ago. After I'd lost, like, my first 15 to 20 pounds. So this is something where I'm like, that's kind of cool. Right? That's, like, that's where, I think that's when I realized that I was making progress. When I saw that picture of me at Disneyland that we took. And I was like, holy shit. Like, you don't always realize that you're changing until you see, like, a snapshot of what you looked like 6 months ago. So I think this is the most recent picture I've tried to take of myself. This is about 2 to 3 weeks ago. I don't think it's a terrible picture, but still, it just feels like that kind of like the forced... Just kind of, I don't know. I'm always thinking I don't look, like I don't photograph well. I always have like a weird, unnatural look on my face. But... Do I look, Maxie, do I look like I belong, that this picture is somebody who's like creepy, that when you see this face coming down the sidewalk, you got to make sure that like you got your kid, come here kids, don't talk to that man. No, well honestly, I don't have the particular selfie anymore that my friend particularly called out, but as soon as he said it, I looked at it and was like, okay, yeah, I can see it's like, it was an unnatural expression. Okay, I look friendly. Okay. But you maybe buy it. Okay, I got you. So yeah, there's that. I think this one's a reasonably... kind of like that picture. That's a little bit more natural. But still, it's that kind of staged, like, I'm going to make a face for a camera now. And I always think I'm looking a little fucked up when I do that. He's a lawyer. Creepy is part of the vibe. I say so. Alright, get rid of this shit. The left picture is pre-meth. Let me see. How many other... Have any, now that I'm in my photo album, have any other pictures? Just fall down these little rabbit holes. Yep. I saw something for a sec. Look at all my random shit. There was me. This is me taking a selfie of myself on the first day of the job where I work now. This is my first day on the bus. I was nervous as shit. I took this picture of myself being nervous on the bus. In my suit coat and fancy shirt. With my super, that's when I trimmed my beard all like along the chin line and shit. The channel will be called Nerdimax. Thanks, Stone. I appreciate that. So, and this led into another picture that I like, which is these flash forward to 1 year later. So 1 year later the day, it was during the pandemic and I was working from home. And I was like, this would be funny. I post this at my job because everyone's posting memes. And so I made this one up and I was like, did I show up smelling like piss? No, it's Portland. The buses, you know, they're much nicer. Not all the time. Sometimes the trains have some issues, but no. The Portland, the buses in LA, yes. You if you didn't, you know, now you just say, hey, I had to take public transportation. That's why I smell like urine, like stale urine. Usually not as much of a problem. But yeah, so I was like, on the 1 year anniversary of my first day of work, I put this together and posted it in our Teams chat. But yeah, no, it's me, messy hair, just completely like wrinkled shirt that probably slept in, crumbs and shit all over. Just like, yep, this is me when I don't have to impress anybody. I do. I look like in that South Park episode, the World of Warcraft South Park episode, where they have that the dude that's like the 40-year-old WoW player. You never had to explain why you smelled like stale urine. The war crackhead, yeah. Okay. Get rid of this one now. What was this? For some reason, I took a screen cap of me playing Kingdom Come Deliverance. Look at this guy. Yep. I'm in better shape than that guy was, but his hair, he has less gray in his beard. Yeah, South Park is one of those shows that I always liked that my wife hated. At a certain point, I kind of got, like, South Park ran a little stale for me after, like, but I was super into South Park for a lot of years. Like, it was one of my favorite shows for probably about, I don't know, about 10 years. In fact, there was a year or two after I graduated college where we didn't have cable. but I had like the season 1 box set VHS of South Park, and I watched it over and over again. Yeah, I think a couple of times, like in the last couple of years, because I have access to all of it through, I think at this point, maybe even multiple streaming services. And I've tried to get back into it a couple times just to see, like, because, you know, I did like it, but now, for some reason now when I try and get back and watch it, it just doesn't click. It doesn't really, like, click the way that it used to. So it's like, whatever. I don't dislike it, but I think, you know, people change over time. Maybe it just like that, the time for me to super connect with South Park is ended. Oh yeah, I've seen Basketball. I mean, still like, one of my favorite things they ever did is Cannibal the Musical, which is it's a film they did while they were film students. I thought it was a student film project, but I don't even know if it was for school. They just did it while they were in film school. And that's still like, I love Cannibal the Musical. Any of you guys ever seen Cannibal the Musical? The lady who did the voices for Almost Famous character committed suicide. Yeah, I remember that happened, but I think I was still way into South Park when that happened. Orgasmo, I only watched Orgasmo once. I haven't seen Book of Mormon. Well, I think that's only a Broadway show, right? Like, that's something I'd be interested in seeing just because it seems like it would be funny and it's like the kind of offensive humor and shit. Yeah, I've seen Basketball. Orgasmo was, you know, and Orgasmo had some of the same people that you could tell that was their later indie project, because a lot of the actors that they had from Orgasmo were people that they used in their student film project, Cannibal the Musical. Cannibal the Musical is great. Like, okay, and there's a version too, if you get it on DVD, they have the audio commentary where they get drunk during the audio commentary. But Cannibal the Musical is based on the true story of the only American that was ever convicted of cannibalism. Sort of like a Donner Party type situation in the Rockies back in the 1800s. And so they take this story and turn it into like this like Wagons West musical type of thing. And it's all about how it's about the guy that got convicted of cannibalism trying to tell his side of the story. And he's just like this super happy-go-lucky, like, oh, you know, singing about how, oh, the sky is blue and all the leaves. He's like super cheerful. And he's got his best friend is his horse. His best friend in the whole world is his horse. And there's all these like suggestions that it's like the sexual relationship with the horse. Like, there's all this undertone going on in the background. But the whole thing was like, Trey Parker had a girlfriend in college who dumped him for some dude that was like a waiter at a restaurant, like a local restaurant. She dumped him because the dude that was the waiter made more money. And so he made this movie, and the whole thing was like the horse was supposed to represent the relationship with his girlfriend. And they kind of like, the story is the horse, they run into some miners. Or not mine. They run into some trappers who are like, it's like a West Side Story. Like the trappers are the bad guys, like the rival gang, and it's like then the horse disappears after they meet the trappers, and it's supposed to be that like the horse ran off with the trappers because it's like the horse is like a slut, right? So the whole movie was his way of getting back at his ex-girlfriend by having the entire plot focused on this character's like deep love of his horse and his horse running off with these assholes. And then, you know, at the end they're like, oh yeah, he goes someplace. Have you seen my horse? And they're like, half the people in this town are ridden your horse. Like, but yeah, and so during the commentary, as they're getting more and more drunk, Trey Parker is going off about like, because at this point that he's doing the commentary, it's well after they've been successful and they've gotten like, they were up for an Academy Award for best like a song from their movie, and they'd been like, they had arrived. They were a huge success at the point where he went back, and they all got together in like someone's apartment and got wasted, watched Cannibals the musical. And so the commentary, like most of the time, they weren't even talking about the movie. He goes off on this whole thing where he is like, the girl's name was Leanne, his girlfriend, and also the horse's name is Leanne. Where he's talking about like, oh yeah, she thought it'd be a good idea to go to hook up with the waiter because he made more money. How'd that work out for you, Leanne? How'd that work out for you? Like, he's like, I'm making multi-million, like going off about like, yeah, it turns out the dumbass shit that he was into made him famous and rich. But how did it work out with that fucking waiter that you left me for? And you could tell he's still like years later, he gets drunk and he just is like going off. One of the best audio commentaries for a movie I've ever heard. Yeah, when they were up for the Academy Award, they did acid and showed, which that's like an example of something where I'm not like, hey, cool. It's like, that seems like that was just some dumbass shit. Like they're like, yeah, let's do that. Although that was one thing that during the first several years of them doing South Park, like when I first discovered South Park, before they got really big and like the movie came out, and you know, there's a point where they were just a show on Comedy Central and they were known but not like smash successes. At that point is when I worked at that grocery store near UCLA. I mentioned I was a shift manager. That's the same one where the guy had me pretend to be his sports agent. We'd be working there, and this is a line of shops where there were storefronts, but then there were also like doors that went to up, like offices that were upstairs on second. There was all the stores along this road were two-story buildings. And like in our store, the upstairs, we actually had the upstairs and the downstairs. So we had offices and we had like some supplies and stuff. But directly next door to our business was a door that went upstairs to some offices. And when we would be working, people every day would come down out of that door. Like a group, 5-6 people would come out of that door and just be absolutely losing their shit laughing. Like, and we would look and go, oh my God, what the hell are they doing up there? Like, I wish I could have a job that, like, those guys seem like they're, every day when we see them, they're having the time of their lives. And then we found out they moved out after a couple of years. And when they were moving out, that's when we found out that was actually where South Park, that was where South Park was made for the first 3 or 4 years. They were making South Park on the other side of the wall from where I worked. And we were seeing those were like the people who were like the writers. They'd have those writers meetings and they would come out after like a pitch session and have gotten themselves worked up. Like it, and I've seen like they had that documentary 6 days to post or whatever about like their production schedule for South Park is absolutely fucking insane. So like the actual, like when I learned what their production cycle is like, it's like, I don't think I'd want to do that because it's absolutely, they work some insane hours. They're under a ton of pressure. The way they do it, it's absolutely insane. But when they get together and they're spitballing ideas in the writer's room about what they're going to do for the show, they crack each other the fuck up constantly. And that's what we kept seeing was them after they'd been pitching ideas for God knows however long and making each other like practically piss themselves, making each other laugh so hard. And then they'd come downstairs and still be like they're losing their shit. So that was kind of cool. That's something that I felt bad that I was a huge South Park fan that whole time that I was working there. And I had no idea. And I think after the fact, because I got that season of South Park that I bought that I was watching, and it had clips of Trey and Matt like between each episode. They like do some stupid like introduction to each episode, and that's when I realized like, oh, fuck yeah, those guys used to come into the store. Like, I didn't know when I watched South Park who made it, right? So yeah, they used to come into the store. And the only specific recollection I had of Matt and Trey Parker coming into the store, because then I remembered one time me ringing them up, and they were really weird to me. They weren't nice. They weren't mean either, but they just acted like they were fucking around. Like they were ringing me up, and I was trying to make small talk, and they were like looking at me, giving me these really weird, fucked up looks, but it was like a fake, like an artificed look. But they were just like intentionally just acting really strange in response to my attempt to small talk with them. And then they left. But I didn't hold it against them. It was, you know, I told you guys what I was like when I would try to make conversations when I was ringing people up. So in retrospect, if they were like, oh, look at this weirdo trying to make awkward conversation with us, let's give him like weird eyes while he's trying to trying to chat us up. But yeah, that was good times. There was something else I was going to bring up about that too. But yeah. Then they laughed all the way home. They probably just went back upstairs to their office and kept making a show. They probably just came down for a second to get a Pepsi or, you know, grab something and then go back upstairs. Because we were literally like, we were right there. So, but I think most of the time, we found out later that they had people on their staff that usually came in, and there were people that I remember talking to all the time. Just, I didn't know what the fuck they did, but they come in, hey, how you doing? Whatever. That they were the people that would come into our store and pick up all the shit for everybody else, like to snack on from our store. So they laughed all the way to the bank. But yeah, I don't hold it against them if they acted a little bit like weird around me for you know, being an awkward weirdo, doing my weird cashier chat up. Yeah, get rid of this now. But yeah, Cannibals the musical. It's actually, wait, is it on YouTube right now? Last time I checked, they actually had a full uncut movie on YouTube. Yep, it's still on there. I'm not exactly sure how they got away with it. Yeah, there's Cannibal the musical. Where to go? It's like super low budget. It's super gory. But then he's like, but that's not the way it happened. Then he's telling his version of the story.
Bat, like this.
It's him and his horse Leanne. Being like super happy-go-lucky.
The sky is blue and all the leaves are green. The sun's as warm as a baked potato.
We're gonna get copyrighted for this shit.
I think I know precisely what I mean when I say it's a spectacular day. And as I ride with my girl, she's my best friend in the whole.
Setting up the horse relationship immediately.
Set our goals high with eyes full of hope as we aim for the sky is blue and all the leaves are
So anyways, that sets the whole tone for the movie, that this is the setup for him about to embark on the journey where he ends up supposedly killing and eating all the other people on it. That he's just this like super good-hearted, optimistic, just a happy-go-lucky dude that loves his horse, and and is just gonna go on some great adventure up in the mountains with a bunch of swell fellas, and then something went terribly wrong. It's just a big misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. You know how those go.
45 seconds of gameplay.
And yeah, no, they absolutely pumped up the green. Now that could have still been in Utah because they were in Utah when they're in that part of the world, so they could have. I'm sure there are still some trees, but yeah, you absolutely could tell they went in post-production and like oversaturated the shit out of all the blue and the green, and I think it was intentional because they're really pushing this whole narrative of how perfect and beautiful and wonderful and happy everything was, and how he's never somebody that would have killed and ate a bunch of people. You were 1 year old. Yeah, that was a random movie that I was a big fan of South Park, and I didn't even know about that movie until I went on a date with somebody, and we were out really late, and then I think we were just driving by. There's this like a theater in Santa Monica that has midnight showings. Sometimes they do like Rocky Horror Picture Show, whatever. It was on Santa Monica Boulevard. It was kind of a local famous theater where they'd have special events, and we drove by and noticed that like they were gonna have a midnight showing of Cannibal the Musical, and the girl that I was with on my first date with this girl, and I didn't date her long, different story, I don't need to get into it. She was cool, but whatever. There's some issues. It was not meant to be, but I will always thank her and remember her for the fact that she saw that they had on the billboard Cannibal the Musical, and Trey and Matt Parker were supposed to, or Trey Parker and Matt Stone were actually supposed to be there for the showing. And so we went and did some stuff, and then later we're like, hey, it's like that show's gonna start in like a half hour. Should we go? So I went to this midnight showing to see Cannibal the Musical. I felt bad though because Trey Parker and Matt Stone actually didn't show up. They were no shows, and so the only person that showed up was one of the guys that played one of the trappers that no one had ever heard of before. He was the person that showed up. And when he got on the stage, I guess there was some whining from the crowd. He could tell people were whining that the creators of South Park weren't there. And so he was like, just fuck you all. He walked off. He got mad and he walked off. So we didn't get, but yeah, he played the asshole in the show. So maybe it was like, it just reinforced the character in the movie to me. That wasn't quite an extra, but as far as we were concerned. Oh yeah, I was good to. I probably shouldn't. There's probably some NDAs that could get me in trouble for this, but there's also a character in Cannibal the Musical that I'm not going to say which one, if any guys ever watch it, because I don't want to be able to connect the dots. But he's one of the main characters in the people who are on this journey. There's like 5 guys that go on this journey together into the mountains where the cannibal shit happens. And they're all like really funny in their own ways. But when I used to do those medical document reviews, what I had to do sometimes was review video surveillance footage that private eyes would do. If people were claiming an injury, they'd have private eyes follow them around and take pictures of them to try to show evidence of like maybe that they weren't as injured as they said they were. And there was this one person that I watched hours and hours of. She supposedly had this terrible low back injury, but she was in a band. She was like a singer in some small band. And she would show up to venue after venue and be singing and like moving around all like in a way you would not expect someone who was claiming to have the injuries that she had. I'm getting too into this, but this is a long way of getting to the fact that in several hours of these, she'd spend time doing things with her boyfriend. And the boyfriend, I'm like, wait, what the fuck? And I look, like, at one point, I watched that her and her boyfriend went to, like, a baseball game. And I had to watch 4 hours of them sitting in the bleachers at a baseball game, like eating hot dogs and watching baseball. That was my job, right? Like, I mean, I could sort of fast forward a little bit because most of that shit wasn't relevant, except for the fact that she did sit on bleachers for 4 hours, probably relevant to a low back injury. To note that she didn't seem to have any problem with doing that. But anyway, that's beside the point. Her boyfriend was one of the main cast members of Cannibal the Musical. So I'm sitting there watching this footage, geeking out, and I can't tell anybody. Like, because my wife has seen Cannibal, she didn't care for it, but she saw it. And I might have told Amanda. But I was so excited that I was doing my surveillance footage, and then randomly the subject's boyfriend was one of these dudes that I really like from Cannibal the Musical. I got to watch baseball for 4 hours. He showed up in a couple other scenes where he was at a couple of her performances, like in clubs and stuff. Full circle, that's right. The small world, right? Oh my god. All right. All right. I'm gonna play the game. This is my commitment. I want to do at least one combat. It's already like late enough that I should probably quit streaming, but I want to do one combat, and then I'm gonna.
I respect Sarah.
Time to take it to the next level.
I was gonna upgrade Wolverine's quick swipe.
Let's see him try to handle me now.
Nice to get some fresh air.
In fact, you know what, I'm gonna
out here.
I think I got enough resources to buy more shit for him too. Goes up to 85. What does the other thing do if we upgrade that? Applies weak. Gains an additional effect when all attacks in a chain target a single enemy. Okay. That's not super exciting. But quick swipe is exciting enough that I think I can craft a second card. Oh, and I gave everyone on the team, a lot of them have like medieval variations of like to fit the theme of like the knights. So right when I gave him the armor, I went through and I gave a bunch of people the medieval versions of their suits. So it's Captain Marvel. Iron Man looks like this golden paladin. Spider-Man, so he doesn't have a special thing. But anyways, I just thought it was kind of fun to do that. Is his comic self, is Hugh Jackman self? This guy definitely does not seem to be based off of Hugh Jackman so far. But now I'm curious, does he have a medieval version of his costume? I don't think I've even checked. You can do legendary, where he looks like this. X-Force. No. Maybe the Midnight Sun would be some medieval version of him. But I think for now, I'm just happy with him just being like Wolverine. I just wanted to prep you all for the fact that all these superheroes that you're used to looking a certain way are not going to look the way you're used to if they show up in combat, because I've given them all these like medieval armor variants of themselves. Well, yeah, we're the Midnight Suns, you know, we're an ancient order, defends from evil. And now I look like the Witcher, you know? Okay, I was gonna get another one of see if I can make another one of Wolverine's.
So, what did you have in mind?
Quick swipe.
As they say, beggars can't.
So I had
be
materials to
choosers.
craft another one of those cards.
Until next time.
Because I think I'm going to use Wolverine right away. Because I got to team up with Wolverine and Captain America to unlock the research projects.
Time's wasting, Hunter.
Better test this out next time.
All right. And now we need to do some daily sparring. I'll probably do sparring with Wolverine too. Because to build up the friendship level.
Ain't gonna go easy, bub. Nice match, kid.
All right. Oh, I almost missed the, there we go. Little thing there. All right, so I think we're at a point where we got to choose a mission. We're ready to go. Let's see. Any story missions? These are general missions. The story mission is locked. You've got to usually do at least one general mission between the two before you can go on to the next story mission. This is a story mission, though, that I think mandatorily includes Spider-Man. I'll bring Wolverine along. If I can.
Just because there is talk of a slime monster lurking beneath Manhattan does not mean...
Oh, it does. Look, I know Eddie and Venom. They're not what you'd call unsore losers. And we did, you know, kind of bury them under an old bell tower.
Has anyone seen the creature since?
Long gone by the time S.H.I.E.L.D. showed up. They go to ground when you wound their pride. In this case, underground.
Venom on the loose, licking his wounds.
Now that's a friendly neighborhood problem. So, how about we go solve it?
Do you have a question?
You gotta work on your social cues.
Denied. Denied to 5. Oh, I guess I can't choose a third person. Oh well, that's fine. I'll take the story mission.
Are you worried that Venom will hold a grudge?
I wouldn't say worried. I've come to expect it.
You still think this is a good idea?
Yeah. Eddie tries to be a savior, but sometimes he needs to be saved from himself. Besides, what's the worst that could happen?
He could eat one of us.
See? Could be worse.
So this look actually doesn't look too bad with the armor and the like the king crown thing. He kind of looks like a king of old, like a hero of old, except like being a Witcher poser. You like it better than the t-shirt? Yeah, but just no, I officially... I had a quest to get a new hairstyle, so I unlocked that one. And then I made his eyes golden.
Got all the slime in the world. So, where's our slime monster?
Vampire. Vampires.
Maybe it's the Downtown Express?
Sounds like a lair.
I give him a mullet with shoulder pads.
Sounds like.
Yeah, 2 blades. He's very Witcher. Uh-oh.
Still so hungry.
And there is your slime monster.
Time for seconds.
Breakfast for dinner, I guess, with a side of vamp over easy.
Not so easy for the vamp.
Oh, gross, Eddie! It's hard to know who to root for in these parasite versus parasite situations.
Parasite?
A demonically possessed symbiote?
With a vampire's bloodlust.
Not good.
Come on, Eddie, don't do this!
They are definitely doing this.
Let's see. Blood Venom. Defeat Blood Venom to complete the mission. Venom's consumption of vampires has put him into a permanent frenzy. I think that's where they attack outside their turn. Tip. Blood Venom's symbiote binds can be broken by attacking them. Okay, that's something he already had. Blood Venom won't wait until the enemy turn to launch his attacks. Move quickly. Or that's the frenzy, I think. You shall not pass. Yes.
I should have known that thing would crawl back to the sewers once Lilith had no use for it.
Wrong! We have no use for Lilith! We don't need her!
Okay, I think I want to get rid of this thing.
Not to interrupt, but have you really been eating those vampires, Eddie?
The rarest meat of all!
So if you are what you eat, what does that make you?
Thirsty.
Okay.
There was a time when Lilith had the highest of standards for her minions. That time
43.
is clearly past.
Here we go! Nothing personal, but I think you're out of your league here.
Oh, bullshit.
I might be a little late.
Oh, damn. He's fucking us up. So, like, neither one of our units can do anything now. Quick kick, quick kick. We can get rid of one of these quick picks. If I discard this, will it unlock? Oh, no. Alright, all I can do is end the turn. Wait, do I have it a stat? Can I have anything here? Redraws for free. Nope. There are abilities where you can get out of status effects, but at this time I'm just flat out stuck. Nobody can act, so I can only wait till next turn. This sucks.
I can feel her corruption spreading.
Alright, 18. Spark. Alright, I think I can finish this thing off.
You were too weak for this fight.
Pulling Spark. This is a quick attack. Oh, that'll be good. Get that shit off of him.
Your mother abandons you.
Uh-oh. Youch. He gets to attack me twice? I call bullshit on that. I call shenanigans. He's really hurt bad right now. Inspire. Bands of Fire. Quick kick. So I have to do the move. To line them up. to do the quick kick. To take both of them out at the same time.
Maybe put some ice on that. You'll feel better.
And then we'll use this on this guy.
You know, you're pretty good at this.
Oh no. Okay, no, go after Spider-Man. You can take it. No, dude! Don't do that though. Bullshit.
Be stuck.
I wanted to use that hero combo. Alright, well first off, I'm gonna use this.
It's the least I can do.
And that turns my hero combo to at no cost. And here, let's do this.
I see not much.
All right, so we stunned him. You're frenzied, dude. Okay, all he can do is break the stun. Oh my god, I forgot you discard a card. I lost my hero combo. Oh, that sucks. And now I just, like, I don't have anything I can do. All right, we'll use this. And I don't think there's anything else that I can do at this point. It sucks not having any cards to be able to play. No. All right, I'm stuck with no actions to take. I need a heal really bad. Okay, God, here's a heal.
Through darker times than this. Light is on our side. Welcome assistance.
Paragon Collar. Next light card is free. All right, we're gonna quick slash. Immune to knockback. Okay, that's not good. Whip. Discard a random card. I didn't pay attention to that. God, that kind of sucks. That that's a condition of using this. Oh wait, it's okay that it's immune to knockback. I don't need to knock it back. I just need to kill the thing that's on him.
Heal my call.
Oh god, here we go. God damn it, I just got that shit off of him.
Gotta get out of this.
Alright. So, alright, let's get it again.
Once again, Lilith's servants fall.
This is becoming a little bit of a pain in the ass. I won't say that. Alright, let's redraw this. We got 2 card plays. On redraw, cover 66. Okay. Knockback in any direction. Just don't quick kick bind, since if it doesn't do any damage at all, that's what I was afraid of. The because that card, it did knockback, but it also inherently had damage, so it did the job. But yeah, Spider-Man's quick kicks don't do any damage in themselves. The only damage they do is contingent upon what happens when you knock them into something else. So if something is immune to knockback, I've fallen for that shit before too, Nick. I definitely have. Alright, so on redraw, keep this open. Alright, I'm gonna redraw this. So I feel like bind is not super helpful right now. Holy Flame. Attack or do damage. Knock back in any direction. Alright. Flame. 2 cards. I guess I'll use the Paragon Collar now. Confirm. Makes my next light card free.
Welcome assistance.
Oh no, dude. Alright, cool. He's gonna get 2 attacks. He always does because he's a fucking. God damn it, and I was gonna use this to knock him into that other guy. Alright, well I'm still gonna... Maybe this will knock him out of whatever shit. That break his concentration? Looks like it did. Alright, let's get Spider-Man out of the blast radius.
Ooh, that really looked like it hurt.
Let's see, do I want to... 100 on redraw +1 heroism. Does anyone have a ranged attack they can use on this guy? That's the thing I'd like to see now. Because if I melee attack him, I'm going to end up in the middle of his little blast zone, which I don't want to have to deal with. Alright, I'm going to redraw this and see if I get... No, I can't redraw it. But I have 2 card plays. Alright, son of a bitch. I'm gonna use 3 free redraws. Yeah.
I'm on it. Just the boost I needed.
Alright, now we're gonna do some redraw. Son of a bitch. Discarded. Or not. Nope, that's going to land him right there in that zone. Apply 2 weak next to damage. You have the upgrade where knocking back allies draws a card. Man, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Can I tell right now by looking at it? I'm aware that that is a thing that you can get. I'm not sure if I have it. I say. Do I redraw? I'm gonna redraw it. Alright, son of a bitch. Yeah, do it.
This one's for you. Should come in handy.
Alright, that opens things up a little bit. Alright, we're going for the hero. How much health does he have left? 61? Quick kick. Will this knock him out? Yes. I probably should have attacked him. I didn't realize he was that close to being knocked out.
I saw a move like that once, centuries ago.
Alright, so I think we're gonna do this. Make that hero combo free. But we're not gonna use this right now. We're just gonna lose the card play.
More of them are joining the fight.
Remember the old days, Eddie? We had our differences, but were they really as bad as this?
Heroic combo! That took a chunk out of him.
Well, that was impressive.
Quite too weak. Got 253. I don't think we're... On redraw, recover health. That works. So he'll recover some health. Knock back in any direction. Oh yeah, I like that. Oh, I was hoping I could knock him into those guys. Alright, that's okay.
Ooh, I like it!
Oh no, frenzy time. Fuck. I don't like frenzy.
This has to be karma for all those webs!
Chain strike up here. Huh. This is gonna discard a card, but oh well, huh? Well, Spider-Man's bind cancel Venom's turn. I never really used that card. Maybe? I mean, that's a good thing to consider as a possibility. Alright, let's try
You had
this.
your chance to escape. Return to your mother.
We're gonna end combat with Spider-Man bound.
Demon energy from every pore!
Don't lose it, pal. Either of you.
He is lost. One mercy remains.
Oh no, he's gonna kill him?
Ah, yes. The elimination of one tormented soul for the good of many. Oh, but humans do love a moral dilemma. The umami of an otherwise flavorless existence.
Mephisto.
Gesundheit. Nice mullet.
He got a mullet.
Go to hell.
There's nowhere I would rather be, but I've come on business. So let's make a deal.
Is this one of those fiddle at the crossroads scenarios, or...
No deal.
My terms are as follows. I spare Venom. I cure the symbiote of Lilith's demonic touch. I end the blood fever he's given himself, gorging on curdled vampire bile. I retch a little thinking of it.
I said, no deal.
All this, and I ask but one inconsequential thing in return. Stop the vampire uprising. The undead are bad for business.
So you cure Eddie and we keep doing what we've been doing?
Yes. Wipe them out. Remove every trace of their foul scourge from the earth. Then I will cure this pathetic creature forever.
For the last time, no.
Hold up. Give me the fine print.
Nothing much. The usual. If you should fail, you'll discover something far more threatening than the undead, namely yours truly, etc., immortal soul, yada yada.
It's a fine print.
Bad idea.
This or he dies? We don't have much of a choice. I'm in.
Good. Just sign there.
Don't do it, Spider-Man.
You may feel a little stiff.
That's your soul being claimed. Oh yeah, he looks much better now.
Bad food. We will destroy you, bad food.
Go get him, Ed.
We should follow.
You do have a vampire war to wage. Oh, and Peter, I'll see you around.
How did he know my...
Does that mean they have to kill their vampire friends like Blade? They're pseudo-vampires? Wait, do I get to play
All the surprises
Venom
we've had
now?
so far, that was one of the weirdest. So, that's a truce then, right, Eddie?
We feel like ourselves again. Weaker, but ourselves. We will spare you. For now.
I'm gonna have
that's
to
progress.
stop streaming.
He didn't threaten to eat you. That is progress.
It's after midnight. I can't be starting a combat now. I probably pushed this off too late. For having not gotten any sleep last night, this is not a good idea for me to keep pushing on later to stream. All right, let me just read this because I have to read it, but you can save mid-combat, so I think that's what I'm going to do once I've tried to make note of this in a way that I'll remember next time I play. Venom's offense is increased for each point of Ravenous, and he starts every encounter with the maximum amount of Ravenous. 1 Ravenous is consumed whenever Venom uses an attack or heroic ability, but 1 Ravenous will also be regenerated at the start of every turn. Plan the use of Venom abilities carefully to maximize damage from Ravenous. He is one scary mofo. He has no clue what he's got himself into. I agree. It seems like it's a tremendously bad idea. But it's kind of cool that
Lilith isn't going to like this.
that we're playing Venom is now on the team. We're friends. All right, but yeah, I definitely need to. I need to stop. I need to stop. I'm gonna do a manual G-Law main save. Let's get the heck out of here. And yeah, I just realized like I'm still like hungry too. So this is bad that like I'm hungry enough that I can't just go to bed, but I'm tired enough that I probably should have planned this better to go to sleep like an hour ago. But you know, I had a good time. At least I stopped after 3 drinks, right? And didn't get too out of control. Right, Brad? I don't know if Brad's still here. I just occasionally like to say, right, Brad? Because when he's here, usually, you know, he's very responsive to that. Dude was fabulous, though. If I ever saw a drawn illusion of him drawn kind of like Jack Sparrow vibe. You think a Huel shake will... See, you know what? I would actually go for a Huel shake right now, but part of making my Huel shakes involves using an extremely loud blender, which is a bad move in an apartment where my wife is sleeping and there are other neighbors behind walls at, you know, after midnight. So it's kind of a no blender rule for Huel after, you know, like 10 o'clock maybe. Well, it would have been the equivalent of 1 regular mission. I just forgot, like, story missions tend to double down and take extra long. So I probably should have just done a regular... I probably just should have done a regular non-story mission, because I could have gotten that done. I knew when I started the mission that I was pushing things a little late. But I could honestly be playing that combat for another 45 minutes, and I don't want to... And I'm also getting tired. I don't want to think about it. Just eat a bowl of Crunch Berries. Now, I've got these delicious meals that I'm going to throw one of them in the microwave and eat it. So there's no mystery for me on what I'm going to eat. It's just not going to be something that involves a high-powered blender that all of my neighbors are going to hear running for a minute. Yeah, you got some nightmare fuel right before you go to sleep, Hunty. So I hope that you feel better about that. And then, you know, I'll cap it off with a lullaby. I'll protect you in your sleep. So if you're, you know, if you're scared, you just know you know what I do. I'm waiting for you. But yeah, without any further ado, I think I'm gonna go straight to the. Thank you all, by the way, Hunty, Nick, J Maxi, EV23, best EV in the internet. I don't know if Matu's still here. Mine69's been hanging out. Mine69 says 3 streams in a row, 3 weeks in a row. I feel like Mine69 is officially back in the fold. Welcome back, Mine69. You're a regular again. Matus, he was here. Not sure if he's here now. Who else was maybe here? Stone? Did Stone ever officially leave, or he just stopped talking? Maybe he's here. There's all sorts of people that could be here to appreciate me acknowledging that I appreciated their presence. Yeah. Ala Lee, I think she's been gone for a while. All right. I'm fucking tired, though. Gee whiz. Gee whiz. Okay, here we go. Excuse me. Okay, I'm right there here. I don't know. We'll do this. Go to sleep and good night. Your eyes are getting so heavy. Go to sleep now. Brad Pritchard, Hunty, Nixie, J Maxi, EV23, maybe Mine69. I'll be waiting for you in your dreams. Matus, if you're still there. Maybe Halali. Who else could be here still? I think that's pretty much everyone that showed up tonight. Stone, go to sleep. Go to sleep, Stone. All right. I think I covered all my bases. Nick, good night. Night, Hunty. Night, Maxie. Night, Evie. Night, Brad.